Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
Checker, voir si ça fonctionne. 1, 2, 2. Ok, ça semble fonctionner. Voilà. Parfait, parfait. Oui.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share?
Allez, bonjour, bonsoir à tous, j'espère que vous allez bien. Ouais, du coup, j'espère que vous allez bien, ici GeekYoshii. On est en direct présent. J'attendais plus autour de 22h, heure du Québec, pour pouvoir faire ce live en fait. Vu que je voulais pas trop prendre d'avance non plus.
Don't rush.
Mais de toute façon, on ne pouvait pas prendre d'avance puisque c'était en maintenance. Donc voilà. Bienvenue à tous et à toutes. J'espère que vous allez bien. Ici GeekYoshii. Nous sommes présentement dans la version 2.5 de Genshin Impact avec les nouveaux events, le nouveau stuff, les nouveaux. Yes. Et évidemment, mesdames et messieurs, évidemment, la reine, the Queen. The Electromaster. Bon, j'en fais des caisses, mais c'est pas grave si je m'amuse. Alors du coup, Yae Miko est enfin officiellement arrivé sur Genshin Impact. Présentement. On va pas la tester tout de suite. On va commencer par observer un peu le petit stuff qui est autour. Bon, évidemment. Nous connaissons déjà l'histoire Venti, comme à chaque update. Nouveau Battle Pass, qui dure 40 jours, évidemment. Du coup, on va commencer par récolter la majorité du stuff. Bon, ça, je vais peut-être le regarder un peu plus tard, étant donné que c'est tout ce qui concerne la nouvelle version. On va récolter les messages. On a 600 primogènes de plus. Good! Qui va nous faire des vœux en plus. Génial, 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 génial. Ensuite, qu'est-ce qu'on a ensuite dans l'émission? Terminer d'abord les 4 requises, ce qui veut dire qu'il faut terminer l'acte 2 de Impératrix Umbrosa pour pouvoir avoir accès à l'histoire sur Yae Miko. Ok. Donc on va débloquer l'histoire principale de Baal. Ensuite, on va vérifier quelques trucs. Bon, ça c'est l'histoire de Yae Miko. Le boss, ou non, je pense que c'est la deuxième. Ah non, ça c'est l'acte 2 de l'histoire de Baal. Du coup, on va pouvoir aller faire. Mais avant toute chose, nous allons faire l'essai de Yae Miko, le nouveau personnage, évidemment. Alors, pour ceux et celles qui s'intéresseraient possiblement à Yae Miko, évidemment, le personnage, bon, vous avez probablement déjà vu une quantité phénoménale d'informations, de nouveaux stuff. Oh, elle est déjà là. Ok. Elle consomme énormément de recherche d'énergie et sa compétence élémentaire, ceci, demande de la maîtrise élémentaire pour faire du dégât. C'est plus tu as de maîtrise élémentaire, plus le pourcentage de dégâts des Seishu Sakura, comme ils les appellent, ils vont faire plus de dégâts en fait. Donc on va la tester.
Let's dance. Right here. Right now.
Oh là là, mais regardez-moi ça, cette grâce.
Emerge. Right here.
Mais j'adore sa manière de combattre en fait. Et c'est juste incroyable.
I'll protect us. La, 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 la. Emerge. Right now. Emerge.
Boum. Ok.
Nothing lasts forever. Right now. Right here.
Oh, magnifique. Magnifique. Honnêtement, je vais dire que je suis en amour avec la manière de comment se joue le personnage. Il y en a peut-être quelques-uns d'entre vous qui seront peut-être pas tentés par le personnage. Ça peut se comprendre. Là, j'ai cliqué sur continuer, c'était pas ce que je voulais. Je vais quitter. Mais perso, c'est un personnage qui est possiblement dans le type que je vais probablement jouer parce que c'est beaucoup d'attaque à... Il y a une certaine attaque à distance avec le personnage en fait. Et j'adore. Donc franchement, j'adore. Donc du coup, le personnage est testé. On récupère les récompenses, évidemment. Maintenant, il n'y a pas les quêtes quotidiennes, vu que je les ai faites au courant de la journée. Mais elles vont être là demain matin, à partir de 4 h le matin. Pour plus de précision, ça risque d'être un énorme live, je tiens à préciser, parce qu'on va passer possiblement la grosse partie de la nuit sur cette nouvelle version. Je le précise. 73 vœux de conserver. Je ne fais pas le personnage tout de suite. Est-ce que j'attends? Est-ce que je fais les vœux tout de suite? Non. Je vais faire les vœux. Elle fait quoi là? Coupeur de jade primordial. Ça, c'est une arme que j'avais vue probablement. Les PV sont augmentés de 20%. Le personnage équipé de l'arme obtient également un bonus d'attaque équivalent à 1,2% de ses PV max. Je pense que c'est l'arme qui aurait été favorable à Jean, je pense. Bon, évidemment, la vérité de Kagura, c'est probablement... Honnêtement, si en un seul 10 vœux, j'obtiens officiellement Yae Miko, je m'en vais essayer d'aller chercher son arme. Ou alors, j'essaie d'avoir la première constellation de Yae Miko. Et si j'ai la première constellation, je m'en vais chercher l'arme. Parce que, techniquement, il y a une arme dans un des événements qui va permettre la recherche d'énergie, en fait. Du coup, ça sera pas compliqué. On va pas se casser on va pas trop se casser la tête. Donc évidemment, le Facial va probablement partir quand je vais avoir Yae Miko, évidemment. Du coup, c'est parti, mon kiki.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
Oui, bonjour.
Recently, the Adventurers Guild has received an unusual commission, and after careful consideration, we believe that
the Traveler would be the most suitable candidate, right?
Indeed, as ever. I will spare the pleasantries then. May I ask if you two are available to help?
Bien sûr, c'est pour ça qu'on est là. Ça dépend de la mission et de la récompense. Bon, ça sonne un peu prétentieux le truc, hein. Bien sûr, c'est pour ça qu'on est là.
Well, let me go over it briefly. Our client for this job is the Yashiro Commission. Apparently, Rift Towns are attacking the roots of the sacred sakura
En passant, je
nearby
tiens
Mount Yogo
à
in
saluer
great numbers.
Clovis, qui fait présentement lui aussi un live sur Genshin Impact pour la version 2.5. Si vous avez la chance, allez le voir, il est incroyable, ça vaut la peine d'aller voir son contenu, il vous donnera même des conseils sur certaines
they are
choses.
attacking in alarming numbers with great aggression and a clear target. The sacred sakura is of tremendous importance to Inazuma. I trust you are aware of this already?
J'en ai déjà entendu parler.
Good. Then you can see that this case is very urgent indeed.
Is the Tenryo Commission aware?
Yes, and they are already taking action of their own. However, given that the sacred sakura's root system is vast and complex, and faced with the unpredictability and scale of the Rift Town's attacks, they are finding it difficult to defend against them. Their main priority is to protect the civilian population, so they are actively looking to cooperate with all other available forces to eliminate the monsters. The Adventurers Guild is one of the key parties assisting the Tenryo Commission with their work. But so far, the combined efforts to combat the Rift Towns has failed to substantially ameliorate the situation.
Ok. Il est temps de renvoyer ces toutous à la niche. Ce n'est pas quelques chiens qui viennent faire. Il est temps de renvoyer ces toutous à la niche.
You have our deepest gratitude. Your confident response puts me far more at ease. I will mark on your map the areas where Rift Town appearances have been recently reported. I hope you won't encounter too much trouble overcoming them.
Relax. We'll be back before you can say Ad Astra Abyssos.
Illico presto. Ahoy Clovinia. Et c'est parti les amis. On va se faire l'histoire.
The sacred sakura's in danger again, huh?
On va se faire l'histoire de Baal.
Keeping the sacred sakura safe was Kazari's greatest wish, and now these mangy mutts are trying to destroy it. Time to teach him a lesson.
Bon, voyons voir. Donc déjà, je tiens à préciser que le bébé n'est pas encore arrivé, donc Yae Miko n'est pas encore dans l'équipe pour le moment. Mais elle va être là quand je vais finir les histoires par contre. Je me disais peut-être que je pourrais aller chercher Yae Miko tout de suite. Mais on va prendre ça cool, hein? On va prendre ça relax. On n'est pas pressé non plus de faire genre ah Yae Miko, let's go. Non, on peut tout simplement prendre ça cool. On a toute la soirée, on est là, on profite. Et en plus, je suis pas sûr, mais je pense que il y a un événement qui va arriver. Ah, c'est ça, voilà. Il y a un événement, je pense, plus tard au courant du mois de février. Ou à moins que ce soit dans le mois d'avril. Mars peut-être? J'ai passé par-dessus un mois, quoi. Donc, moitié du mois de février ou quelque part au début du mois de mars. C'est l'événement où il y aura l'arme 4 étoiles, le catalyseur avec la recherche pour Yae Miko. Je vais probablement continuer à faire des lives. Je vais essayer d'aller chercher tout le stuff qui va emmener dans la 2.5. Oh.
Delved into destiny, decided by destiny. Whirling.
Ah ok, c'était fait exprès.
Torn to oblivion.
Ok.
Shogun? Wait, no. Could also be A.
Ok, donnez-moi un petit instant. Je vais probablement arranger le son juste après cette dialogue.
It's you two. It has been a long time. We have not seen each other since the resolution of the Tenryo Commission crisis.
J'avoue que si ma voix est vraiment très très basse par contre.
It is right?
C'est pas une bonne chose.
You sure made short work of them. That was amazing.
Qu'est-ce que vous faites ici? Qu'est-ce qui vous a fait sortir de cette fois-ci? Qu'est-ce que vous faites ici?
I'm making early preparations for what is to come. Last time we took a walk around Inazuma together, I witnessed the way the world is today. I was finally able to comprehend some things that I had never understood in the past. Since then, every time I encounter an obstacle in my thinking, I find myself having the urge to spend some time in the outside world.
Ouais, je vais probablement revérifier ça.
Super bored being stuck in there all the time.
Genre, je vais m'assurer
Might
que
I
les dialogues,
remind you
ils
that
restent
I
quand
am
même
not here to amuse
élevés.
myself. Recently, I have observed a number of changes in the external world from the plane of Euthymia. The most serious of these being the attack on the sacred Sakura by numerous rift hounds. I considered this matter worthy of my attention.
Donc là, c'est
So I
officiellement
pursued them,
A et non pas
and
la
they led me here,
marionnette dans laquelle
where
elle
I
s'est
happened to run
enfermée
into
la
you.
plupart du temps. Les commissions et les aventuriers sont déjà en train de s'occuper des monstres. Vous n'avez pas besoin de vous en préoccuper.
If the Shogun rather than I were to discover them, yes, perhaps she would have left the situation alone.
Why? Because she's just a puppet?
Precisely. According to the rules I designed for her, matters of this nature are to be delegated to the Tri-Commission. But rift hounds attacking the sacred Sakura... It brings back bad memories of that terrible disaster.
A disaster?
Yes. 500 years ago, a great catastrophe befell Inazuma. Everything was engulfed in a pitch-black fog, and monsters ravaged the land. Countless lives were lost, and this homeland that the people had worked so hard to build barely escaped being obliterated entirely. The monsters committed many atrocities on Inazuman soil, and the Rift Hounds were always their advance guard. Their duty was to tear open a passage through space with their claws and teeth, and then call in even more powerful beasts.
Oh, 500 ans. Canria. C'est intéressant, ça. Canria qui est considérée comme la
So
cité
you've
qui a
heard
été
of it, too.
détruite.
That's
Il y
an
a 500
episode
ans
of
en histoire.
history that I am loath to recall. Maybe to you, it seems like my response to these creatures was an excessive one.
Ouais, elle est cool
But
en
an
vrai.
excess of caution is
le
not
le style de
unwarranted
Yae est
in this
vraiment nice.
case.
Guess you can't argue with that.
Since we are
Canria
both
qui,
here for
pour
the same
rappel, est la
reason,
cité dans
let
laquelle
us
a
work
vécu
together.
Dainsleif.
From the traces
Et en
they've
quelque
left
sorte,
in the surrounding area,
Kaya.
there should be many more monsters nearby. All of them must be eliminated.
Bon, ben, allons-y.
Paimon feels so safe when we're in Ace Company. Having someone uber powerful on your team kinda makes you feel invincible, doesn't it? Oh yeah, after we've dealt with the monsters, we should ask her to tell us more about Conria.
Ça, c'est intéressant, par contre.
Color! It's similar to the color when the sacred Sakura takes damage. Let's follow it. It should be this way.
Ça, c'est intéressant, par contre. D'avoir un peu... De commencer à avoir un peu plus de backstory concernant Canria, par exemple. Parce que c'est une cité qu'on a... On sait juste que c'est une cité qui, à l'origine, était énormément concentrée dans la technologie très avancée, en fait. Je vais vérifier si c'est bon. Ça semble bon. Ouais. C'est pas trop dur. Extec, ouais. Disons que c'est ça en fait. C'était une ancienne cité qui était peuplée de gens extrêmement intelligents en fait. Je dirais que c'est un peu dans le même style que les premières civilisations, comme dans Assassin's Creed, si on veut prendre un exemple. Genre un peuple énormément avancé en technologie qui a été décimé donc il y a 500 ans dans l'histoire de Genshin Impact. la suite. Ok, mais là déjà on a le... Suivez les traces qui ont été laissées. Ouais, ça je le savais déjà. Ah, ok, quoi que.
We are lucky. The damage is not too serious. The Yashiro Commission will be able to nurse the root system back to health.
This stuff that's flowing out, is it sap or something? And how come it's glowing? Huh?
Uh-oh.
What's this?
Il y a des blessés, c'est terrible.
Could they be dead people? It wouldn't be the first time we'd seen ghosts on our journey. But why would they appear here?
Let's search the area. Perhaps we will find out.
Kitamura.
I can't go on like this. Not when the other troops are counting on me.
What happened here? Could you tell us?
C'est vrai que dans un sens, la phrase sonnait vraiment sarcastique en fait.
Run quick while you still can. The monsters will be back. And once you're in their sights, I'm telling you there's no escaping them. We will defend Inazuma until our dying breath.
Ok. Que s'est-il passé? Des monstres. Que s'est-il passé?
You don't know? Inazuma is engulfed in darkness. Beasts and horrifying monsters are everywhere. They're merciless, ferocious, and they will devour everything in their path. Every last trace of humanity's existence, I tell you. They'll devour it all.
Donc ça serait des gens qui auraient vécu il y a 500 ans en fait.
None of that seems to be going on around here.
Possiblement.
Not right now, but they'll be back. Look, get out of here. Now! There's no time left! The almighty Shogun is gone. So is Kitsune Saigu. There is no one left to rely on but ourselves.
La Shogun...
I don't know how long we can hold out for. But if we abandon our hope, then we've got nothing left at all.
Don't worry, I'm right here.
It's... the Shogun? You're back! Please, we beg you. You have to help us. You have to save Inazuma. Only the glow of your supreme lightning can dispel this terrible darkness. Please, or the whole of Inazuma will be reduced to a hunting ground for the beasts.
Calm down. The war you speak of is over.
Over? But what do you mean? Shogun?
Look around you. The grass grows green and lush, and a soft breeze blows. This is Inazuma at peace, as you will no doubt remember. There are no monsters, nor is there anything else here that could threaten your life.
What? But how? Just moments ago, they were everywhere. I saw them tear my comrade to shreds with my own eyes.
Hey, calm down. Everything's fine now.
Huh. I think I understand. Almighty Shogun, you saved Inazuma. Yes, we were right to place our trust in the Almighty Shogun. As long as the Shogun is with us, Inazuma will last for an eternity. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, thank you.
What's wrong with him?
Il a disparu.
He's gone.
Paimon can't even begin to understand what that was all about. But somehow, Paimon feels all sad and hopeless.
If I am not mistaken, what we just saw was a samurai's memory that was buried in the land. The sacred sakura can absorb and purify the filth in the ley lines. After the Rift Hounds attacked, some of this filth leaked out through the cracks in the trunk and formed a physical entity. An entity formed with strong filth would be highly aggressive. But when purified, it presents in the form of a memory.
Je tiens à donner une information
Purified
vite
filth
vite.
quickly
Je
dissipates
vais le donner après,
and will
là.
be absorbed by the ley lines shortly afterwards. In other words, it cannot exist for too long.
En vrai pour ceux et celles qui ne savent pas, en fait, j'ai l'impression que les personnages principaux et Paimon deviennent de plus en plus stupides à la longue, parce qu'on dirait vraiment que en fait, les dialogues veulent nous donner l'impression que les personnages sont plus stupides à chaque fois qu'ils parlent. je peux pas m'en empêcher, genre Paimon, mais surtout Paimon, je veux dire, Paimon qui littéralement pose une question que tout le monde a déjà la réponse dès le début, c'est horrible. C'est comme Jar Jar, c'est comme Jar Jar Binks. Ah merde. Ah. You know it's dumb but true. Oh boy, ok. Je vois, alors c'est ce qui est arrivé à Ming.
So the memories of the ones that died are all appearing at this moment?
Yes. That soldier was one of the many thousands who made the ultimate sacrifice. What he was describing just now was precisely the disaster that happened in Inazuma 500 years ago.
J'essaie de vérifier un truc pour savoir qu'est-ce qui s'est passé il y a 500 ans en fait. Parce que l'histoire de Genshin a déjà été expliquée dans un truc sur plusieurs sites, sur plusieurs même je pense qu'il y avait même des mangas, des scans qui ont été publiés sur internet. Il a dit que la Shogun était absente.
Yes. Inazuma was facing many great crises at that time. Some were local in origin, while others came from the now fallen kingdom of Kanria. The disaster in Inazuma caused me great concern. I felt that I had to step in before it was too late, otherwise it would spread to all of Teyvat. But my friend, Kitsune Saiku, reassured me that I had nothing to worry about. She would shoulder the responsibility of protecting Inazuma and mobilize all forces at her disposal to combat the threat. I could tell that, although neither of us acknowledged it, we both knew that the road ahead would likely end in tragedy.
So, Inazuma was attacked at the same time as when the disaster happened in Kanria?
Ça c'est intéressant par contre.
Indeed. Countless monsters suddenly appeared throughout all of Inazuma. In the end, Kitsune Saigu sacrificed her life to protect the people. I never had the chance to see her one last time. But I would like to believe that she kept her promise to me until the very last. But even then, Inazuma was left more devastated than we could have ever imagined. Those terrible tragedies left great wounds that are still felt to this day, both on the land itself and in my heart.
Hey!
Est-ce la perte dont parlait Yae Miko?
Yes. For the longest time, I couldn't bring myself to face the pain of that loss. All my martial might was in vain. Though I could conquer Tatarigami and vanquish monsters, I was helpless against the ravages of time, powerless to keep the ones I cherished alive.
C'est vrai que c'est quand même intéressant, en effet, parce que dans ce cas-là, il y avait le cataclysme qui s'est passé il y a 500 ans à Kanria. Mais je pense que Non, c'est ça. Les 7 Archons se trouvaient à Khaenri'ah pendant qu'il y avait... il y a eu je pense qu'il y avait eu une sorte de combat, une sorte de guerre qui s'est passée à Khaenri'ah avec les 7 Archons. Ce qui fait en sorte qu'on arrive avec les... Ok, donc ça c'est l'histoire d'Inazuma qui explique les ténèbres et tout qui sont arrivés sur Inazuma, donc je sais pas quoi dire. J'ai comme tellement d'informations dans ma tête, ça me bloque. Vous n'êtes plus coincé dans le passé.
When I traveled around Inazuma with you, I caught a glimpse of how the nation has progressed over the centuries. A glimpse of human potential. Everything far exceeded my expectations. Moving forward inevitably invites further loss, but also new encounters. Just think of that soldier. Despite all the losses he had experienced, he still chose to keep fighting for the sake of moving forward. All those who sacrificed themselves back then gave their lives fighting for a future. But perhaps the future they were hoping for is not the eternity that I once strove for.
Absolument.
As Inazuma's god, it is high time I honored their wishes. Warriors of the past, who spilled your blood on this land, your noble souls now rest in this earth. I will never forget you, and all that you did for Inazuma.
He's taking all this pretty hard.
Come on. Let's keep investigating the damage to the sacred Sakura.
Ok, si je refais un récapitulatif vite. Dans le fond, la majorité des Archons, donc tous les 7 divinités qui sont présentes dans Teyvat, sont allées combattre à Khaenri'ah. Mais pendant le cataclysme, parce que techniquement le cataclysme se passe quasi dans la totalité de Teyvat en fait.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while.
Il y a énormément de
where
trucs qu'il va falloir trouver en fait. Oh!
Leave them to me.
Ah, d'accord.
Illusion shattered! Ha! Ha! Torn to oblivion!
Wow. J'ai oublié de faire une modification par contre. C'est de mettre la sacoche de bouffe. Toujours mettre sa sacoche de bouffe si on perd un peu de vie.
Shine down! Ha! Ha! There is no escape! Now you shall perish!
Et ça dégage. Non, c'est... Ok. Non, c'est cool de voir qu'ils peuvent nous donner... nous redonner un aperçu du personnage. Est-ce que ça va?
Why would you ask that?
Je sais pas, tu t'es mis en furie, j'ai aucune idée, moi. On se demande. Hein.
Well, usually you'd pull out your sword and swish! Vaporize them all in one go, no?
Bah, c'est des
You are
ennemis.
unduly concerned. I'm simply conserving my energy. Although I have some understanding of the situation already, it could take an unexpected turn at any time. I must be prepared for anything. If there are more formidable monsters lying in wait in this area, I must make sure I have the strength to face them.
Ah, makes sense! Spoken like a seasoned shogun. The roots seem pretty badly damaged this time. We definitely need to tell the Yashiro Commission about this. Hey, the same light is leaking out again.
Ok, so l'histoire du cataclysme, en fait, c'est les forces de l'abysse, en fait, qui se sont manifestées dans tout Teyvat, en fait. Ils ont, les abysses ont essayé de prendre possession de la terre de Teyvat il y a 500 ans. Et d'après ce que je comprends, la force majeure qui avait été concentrée sur Teyvat, c'était à Khaenri'ah, en fait. Et Khaenri'ah a été victime de toute la grosse de sa destruction, en fait. Est-ce qu'il se passe la même chose que tout à l'heure? Oui, oui, il se passe la même chose que tout à l'heure. En effet.
Furuyama? Is that you?
Almighty Shogun, what brings you back so soon? I thought you were off fighting a battle in a distant land.
Fighting a battle in a distant land? Sounds like this guy's talking about 500 years ago, too.
Allow me to introduce Furuyama. He is a tea master and a member of my retinue. Though blind, Furuyama is unparalleled in his ability to appraise tea. He brews some of the very finest tea in all of Inazuma.
Your Excellency, you shower me with praise undeserved. I have simply had the good fortune to be in Your Excellency's presence long enough to become acquainted with all the skills that are required of me. It sounds like the Almighty Shogun has brought a guest. I'm afraid I'm unable to serve you any respectable refreshments on account of the current situation. But please, sit and rest. After all, it's quite a mess out there.
What should we do?
Ok, je comprends mieux là en fait. Là, je comprends un peu mieux. Je lis quelques informations un peu de côté une fois de temps en temps aussi. Mais en fait, le truc du cataclysme aussi, ça concerne en plus justement les jumeaux qui justement sont arrivés à Teyvat il y a 500 ans en fait. Quand Khaenri'ah commençait à être détruit et que les forces de l'abysse commençaient à essayer de prendre possession de Teyvat en fait. Et en fait, le début du jeu où est-ce que justement la déesse inconnue, la divinité inconnue s'en prend aux jumeaux, ça se passe quelque temps avant, un peu avant, pendant ou après la destruction de Khaenri'ah. Mais là, techniquement, ça veut dire que présentement, le personnage qu'on incarne est en fait était en fait inconscient pendant au moins 500 ans sur Teyvat, sans faire quoi que ce soit en fait. Jeez. Jouons le jeu et faisons ce qu'il dit. Je voudrais en apprendre davantage sur les événements du passé.
Yeah. Sheesh. There's monsters everywhere out there. It's pitch black
Je
and
vais me
loads
taire,
of
je vais
people
laisser
have been injured.
l'histoire principale de ce
I
jeu
see.
parler, ok?
So, they have fought their way this far already.
On n'en finira pas.
Most of the residents in this neighborhood have already escaped. They wanted to take me with them, but it seemed rather pointless to me. So, I decided to stay. And now the almighty Shogun is here, I have even less reason to run away. Imagine if this was something that even the almighty Shogun was powerless to resolve.
Paimon, c'est
Where
Keanu
could I
Reeves.
possibly run to
Wake
then?
up, twin. We have a continent to burn. Pourquoi êtes-vous si calme?
People flee out of a desire to live on, and the desire to live on stems from a feeling of having unfinished business in life. But me, I have no such thoughts, and I have no regrets. The almighty Shogun often speaks to me about her dreams over tea. Just listening to her stories, I've been blind for many years, but her vivid descriptions took me on a splendid journey to all the most beautiful places in Inazuma.
Énormément qui l'ont déjà fait.
Over time, I've come to understand her mindset. Quite the romantic at heart, a true dreamer. One thing she always says is, good things don't last forever. everything changes, fades, disappears completely over the passage of time. And so, people must make the most of the life they have, seize the chance to enjoy it while it lasts, and have no regrets in the end.
Ça ne ressemble pas du tout à ce que Yae pourrait dire. Ça ne correspond pas du tout à la définition de l'éternité.
So you see, as bleak as things may be now, I have experienced countless wonderful things in life, and have no reason not to be satisfied.
Perhaps you are right.
It won't be long now before I have to say goodbye to the almighty Shogun for the last time. Ah, what a pity. I'll never get to see what Inazuma looks like after the almighty Shogun rebuilds it anew. But I suppose it doesn't matter. Everyone says that Inazuma has turned dark now, but to me, it went dark a long time ago. Once this catastrophe is over, life is sure to spring forth anew.
Super l'ambiance.
But even if I
Oh,
survived
les gens ils
until
disent
then,
que c'était
I'd probably be a
dark,
hopelessly
mais en réalité
befuddled
ça l'a toujours
so-so
été en
by
fait.
then. So, never mind, eh? Oh, goodness me. Speaking of befuddled, look at me rambling away to my heart's content and forgetting to serve the tea.
Tu serviras pas vraiment le thé,
The
je
almighty
crois.
Shogun comes to visit and I don't have the tea ready. A truly egregious loss of decorum. One moment, I'll just... Where in the world is the tea set? I hope the others didn't smash it to smithereens in their hasty departure.
Can't see a tea set anywhere around here.
T'es sérieuse?
Really? But it's always been right by my side. Goodness gracious, what a fool I'm making of myself.
Mais il est mort. Les gars, il est décédé. Il va pas vous servir du thé comme ça là. mais vous êtes sérieux? On sait où trouver un service à thé.
I couldn't possibly have my guests fetch it themselves. That would be most discourteous indeed.
Don't worry about it. Take a rest. We'll be back right away.
Almighty Shogun, you're not going too, are you? No, no, no. Your humble servant implores you, not with the war raging outside.
This place is complicated. It's quite unlike the tea house in your memories. Leave it to us.
But... well, okay. I never thought I'd see the day that I need the almighty Shogun to personally collect my tea set for me. I can't decide whether it's a final regret or a final stroke of good fortune.
Where should we go to find a tea set?
Attends, vous êtes sérieux?
Having
Il faut
a
vraiment
cup
qu'on
of
ait
tea
cherché un...
isn't exactly the most urgent thing to do right now.
Mais non.
But at the same time, this lovely old man from 500 years ago has been through so much, and it makes Paimon
Rendez-vous
so
demain
sad.
Kamisato pour récupérer un service à thé.
I'm also feeling very nostalgic for his tea.
Mais non. Mais non,
Oh,
mais
why don't we
c'est
go to the
pas sérieux.
Kamisato estate?
C'est pas
There'll
sérieux.
definitely be a tea set we can borrow there.
Vous me demandez d'aller officiellement chercher un vrai service à thé. Il est décédé. Le mec est décédé. Il ne servira pas le thé. Impossible. Et merde. Bon. Bah, je suppose qu'on va aller voir Ayaka. Hein. Virgil 2.0. Bon.
It's the Traveler. And the almighty Shogun. How might I be of assistance, Your Excellency?
I wish to borrow a tea set from the Yashiro Commission.
Oh, sure. I'll fetch that for you right away. Please step into the courtyard and have a rest, Almighty Shogun. Oh, and I'll inform my lord about your visit immediately.
Wait,
and
what?
the tea set. I'll bring that here as soon as it's ready.
Oh,
Be
attendez
at
une minute.
ease. I'm
Est-ce qu'on
not
va
here to
avoir une
see
première
Commissioner
apparition de
Kamisato.
Hayato?
Actually, I'd prefer to spend this time chatting with the traveler. Please, fetch the tea set at your
dommage.
convenience.
No. I am your humble servant. I daren't think of my own convenience when the Almighty Shogun graces me with her presence. I'll deal with it right away.
Well, it's not often we have the chance to chat. I'm sure you must have a lot of questions.
Ce maître de thé était-il vraiment votre serviteur?
Right. Paimon wanted to ask that too. The Almighty Shogun that he described didn't sound anything like you at all.
I seldom had the time to drink tea. Any free time I had was spent practicing martial arts. So, in the vast majority of cases, the one he made tea for was the former Electro Archon, who was also my sister, Raiden Makoto. He may well have had an inkling about there being two Raiden Shoguns, but he always acted as if he was completely unaware of it. The philosophy of life that he shared with us just now, that was Makoto's view on reality. She always saw things that way.
You and Makoto had pretty different views, huh?
Indeed we did. It was the biggest difference between us. In her eyes, the most precious things in this world were dreams. The yearning for a better future held by living beings.
Ne serait-ce pas là des ambitions?
They are similar, but not identical. When you came charging into the plane of Euthymia, I saw human aspirations light up the sky far above in the form of countless stars. This somewhat shook me. Now, it seems like she was
Il y a
right,
le tonnerre qui arrive.
while I took the wayward path.
Wow. There sure was a lot going on beneath the surface.
Makoto saw a bigger picture than I did. In her view, a dream is more imaginary, more abstract than an ambition. An ambition is a yearning for something material, or a concrete outcome. It is finite in nature, and will be replaced by a new ambition in due course. Makoto was more concerned with the force that drives humans to constantly generate new ambitions in the first place. It is something innate, rooted in instinct. In other words, it is something eternal.
That's, quite a lot to take in.
To put it simply, Makoto wasn't concerned about outcomes. I didn't
Makoto
understand
the
at the
Jedi.
time. How can we say that we are maintaining eternity when things are constantly moving forward and evolving? I suppose what it comes down to is the definition of eternity she set out with.
Elle semblait correspondre davantage à la manière dont les humains appréhendent le monde.
Yes, it does. I always thought that she must have grasped some elusive, arcane wisdom to arrive at the conclusions she did. But in the last analysis, Makoto's philosophy was, on the surface at least, an elegantly simple one. Notwithstanding that it was also the more prudent choice, based on a more mature, far-sighted outlook.
Do you feel you're starting to understand her better now?
You have already witnessed my previous views on eternity. But now, I no longer cling to what was lost. I suppose that means our differences have been reconciled.
Almighty Shogun, I found a tea set. This one in particular should be fit for your Excellency's use.
It's quite beautiful. Thank you.
You are too kind. A humble servant such as I does not deserve the gratitude of the almighty Shogun.
It's all good,
fantôme,
sir.
va
She's
pouvoir prendre.
actually pretty chill.
Mon sac de chip est tombé.
Let us return. We ought not keep...
Bon. Un peu déçu. J'étais persuadé qu'on aurait peut-être vu un peu de Hayato. Mais apparemment non. Ça va. Je suppose qu'il le garde pour un autre événement ou pour vraiment la version 2.6. Oh bordel, que c'est passé à 2 doigts. J'ai passé à 2 doigts de me faire frapper par la foudre. Bordel. Et il n'est plus là.
Hey, where'd he go? He wouldn't have gone looking for a tea set himself, would he?
Mais est-ce que t'es débile? Il est mort! Il est mort!
Or perhaps the ley lines did not have the power to sustain him for very long, as was the case with the memory we saw earlier.
So we won't get to drink his tea? We didn't even have a chance to say goodbye.
The information held in the ley lines is complex and disorderly. The fact that we were able to meet him to begin with was a miracle of fate.
Ne sois pas si triste, Paimon. Préparons-nous un thé nous-mêmes. En même temps, j'ai pas envie de répondre la première réponse parce que bordel, sérieusement, s'il vous plaît, arrêtez. Et j'ai pas envie de répondre celle-là parce que ça sonne tellement narcissique, genre, oh ben ça va, on va préparer le thé pour nous-mêmes là. Casse les couilles l'autre. Oh allez, lui donner la
This
réponse.
chance won't come often, and we do have a tea set. Perhaps I should try my hand at making us a pot of tea. I've watched Furuyama brew tea on many occasions. I doubt I should have any major problems doing it myself. The tea is ready. Please give it a try. So many thoughts were racing through my head as I was brewing it. I'm not sure how to explain it.
Inutile de les exprimer à voix haute, je comprends. Les souvenirs ont ressurgi.
You're right. But the things we've seen today have brought back many memories for me.
Ouais.
I've been reminded of many
Il avait déjà
people
bu le
too.
sien avant même qu'on ait eu le temps de la...
Kitsune Saigu, Makoto, and all the other friends who I watched pass even further back. Back at the Yashiro Commission, I kept the conversation reasonably light-hearted. But now, I'd like to broach a heavier topic, if I may. The events of 500 years ago not only robbed me of my friend, Kitsune Saigu.
Ah ok, vous vous êtes installé sur un rocher.
They also took Makoto away from me, for good.
She died in that disaster too?
Yes. She went to Konria alone, without telling me. Unlike me, Makoto was no martial artist. Whenever similar crises had arisen in the past, I was always the one to face them in her stead.
Donc Makoto
At
était
this
plus au
time,
niveau de la politique, puis s'occupait de la
The
parole.
circumstances were so
et elle
grave
s'occupait
that
de ce qui était
Makoto had
physique.
no choice but to leave me behind.
Le sale boulot, quoi.
Or perhaps it was more that she went ahead of me, put herself in front of me, so that I would remain hidden.
Makoto était déjà...
Yes. It was too late. I arrived only in time to hear her dying breath. She had already lapsed into unconsciousness by that point, so all I could do was enter into her mind. As far as you're concerned, it would be somewhere similar to the plain of Euthymia. It was there that we bid each other a final farewell. I cried bitterly. Even in those final moments, I couldn't understand her actions. Why did she go to Conria first, and not I? Why did she keep me in the dark about it? Was it to shield me? It was there and then that I resolved to pursue eternity. As a testament to that decision, I saved her realm of consciousness just before it collapsed completely, and brought it back to Inazuma.
That's quite a story.
When I returned to Inazuma, I was shocked to find that a great sakura tree had appeared on Mount Yogo. The tree that you know as the sacred sakura.
Le cerisier sacré n'a-t-il pas toujours été là?
That's exactly what everyone back then told me as well. That it had existed since time immemorial. They were so matter-of-fact about it, and couldn't at all understand what I was so surprised about. No one questioned it. And yet, its presence contrasted so starkly with the area as I remembered it. It seemed as if I was the only one to have noticed it appear suddenly out of thin air.
Le cerisier est un portail vers un autre monde.
I simply had to accept that it was a miraculous effect of Makoto's consciousness.
Je commence déjà à placer des théories là.
Power, I was finally able to overcome the monsters and quell the disaster in Inazuma.
This is all really hard to understand. Kinda beyond Paimon's level.
En gros, les pouvoirs de Makoto ont fait apparaître cet arbre.
Yes. Okay. She had such a great love for this land and for its people. In this respect, I still do not compare to her. I once told myself that I would never speak of these events again. Facing the fact that she is gone is unbearably painful. But even the tea that is most bitter to the tongue, once swallowed, leaves some sweetness in the throat. And it's time I came to terms with it all.
D'après moi, le boss fight qu'on va avoir, dans le fond, ce qu'on voyait avec Yae, dans sa nouvelle armure, les grandes mains et tout, le nouveau boss fight, quoi. D'après moi, c'est peut-être Makoto, en fait. C'est peut-être une version spirituelle de Makoto qui est encore présent à cause du cerisier, peut-être. On va le savoir, on va le découvrir. Je laisse une petite hypothèse comme ça. Vous avez l'air d'y avoir beaucoup réfléchi. Moi aussi, je connais la douleur de la séparation.
Oh, while we're on the topic, since you experienced that battle in person...
Auriez-vous vu ma sœur auparavant? Effectivement, parce que techniquement... Ouais.
Sister? I had heard that you were looking for your family. You mean to say that she was somehow involved in the Conria disaster?
Kind of.
Based on what we've learned so far, it seems so, yeah.
I'm sorry. I wasn't there for the whole thing. By the time I arrived, the worst of the fighting was already over. And also, my mind was consumed entirely with the plight of Inazuma, and the fate of those closest to me. So, I am afraid I can't help you.
Oh, well, that's a shame. But it can't be helped, I guess. Boy, both of you have experienced great tragedy.
With this last cup of tea, let us honor the Tea Master's memory. Thank you, Destiny.
Ok, je suis revenu. Je sais pas qu'est-ce qui s'est passé. Il y a eu un problème de connexion. J'en ai aucune espèce d'idée. Ça me frustre. De quoi s'est-il rendu compte? Et qu'est-ce qu'il a laissé transparaître? Je n'ai aucune idée du pourquoi, du comment est-ce qu'il y a eu ce bug. Je pourrais pas vous dire. Je comprends pas. Ok, mais là du coup, il faut que je cherche encore des traces. Ok. Excusez-moi s'il y a eu un petit bug rapidos comme ça. Hein. On va finir par y arriver. Donc là, faut suivre les traces. Ah, déjà des traces ici. Est-ce que ça veut dire que ça monte plus haut par là ou... Ok, si ça ne monte pas en hauteur, c'est que ça doit descendre. Ça doit descendre. On va descendre, on va descendre. Ah tiens donc.
Quake! Crumble!
Je viens de découvrir quoi, moi, là? Quelques idées. Ah.
Gather!
Ok, mais là, du coup, je suis pas au bon endroit, là. Je suis clairement pas au bon endroit. Si ça se trouve, c'est encore tout là-haut, là, les traces. Les traces sont certainement encore tout en haut. Voilà. Ok. On va faire une dernière vérification rapidos. Mais est-ce qu'il s'illumine? Non, les traces ne s'illuminent pas. C'est clairement pas le boss qui est ici. Mais oui, mais je le sais. Ah, ok. Continuez à suivre les traces. Ok, bon bah du coup les traces sont... Ah bah voilà. Ouais, je commence à avoir de la difficulté à suivre des traces comme ça. Oh oh. On a des petits amis qui sont prêts à se battre.
Once again, please leave them to me.
Hey! Are you sure you're all right? You're scaring us!
Fear not. Fighting is what I do best.
Oh, tu sembles pas te contrôler. Hey.
Illusion shattered! Ha! Shine down!
Rapprochez-vous plus du centre là, parce que là, Mais...
Are you alright?
Oh!
I'm fine.
Ok, ouais, non, elle a un problème. le mannequin qui lui sert de corps commence à avoir de...
There is no escape.
Ouais, non, vous voyez qu'elle commence à bloquer, là. Oh, là.
Inazuma shines eternal. Ha. Remove all obstacles. Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
Pas bon signe. Uh-oh. Oh. Ouh, là, c'est carrément mauvais, par contre. Bon, ben, je retire ce que j'ai dit concernant Makoto. C'est probablement elle.
Maybe you should leave this one to us.
Vous avez l'air bizarre. Ne vous forcez pas. Ouais, elle surmène la marionnette.
My
Qui lui
apologies.
sert de corps.
Don't worry about it. Just take a breather and get your strength back. We'll deal with the monsters. Look, that's the same light again.
Et c'est reparti.
Where am I? Who are you? Almighty Shogun, you're here too! Are you injured, Your Excellency?
I'm quite all right. Just feeling a little stiff.
We, the Shogunate Samurai, will defend the Shogun until the very end.
Come on, men. They're coming back for more. Let's get them.
Don't! It's too dangerous.
Danger is our duty, ma'am. If we were the kinds to shy away from danger, we never would have taken up arms to begin
Running
with.
out, en train de perdre l'énergie, je dirais pas ça. Je dirais plutôt que la marionnette a pas nécessaire. C'est parce qu'en fait, la marionnette, elle a sa propre conscience. Donc des fois, elle va essayer de prendre le contrôle
Is that a vision?
et faire les choses par elle-même.
It certainly is. I know the gods are omnipotent, and their willingness to grant their power to humans means they have high expectations for us. If the Almighty Shogun is in
Donc il y avait
trouble,
encore plus
now
de
of all
gens
time
qui
is the moment for us to
possédaient
honor that.
un vision il y a 500 ans
So
aussi.
that's how samurai
C'est
of that
intéressant.
era understood visions, huh?
Leur détermination à résister est inébranlable.
Nobody knew where Your Excellency had gone, and we were starting to despair. Lead us out from the darkness.
Everyone, on me!
Ouais, non, cette voix me disait vaguement quelque chose, mais bon.
Help too!
Huh? Affirmative, but watch your backs.
Non. Le gars, c'était pas dans ses plans. Hein. Oh, on va venir vous aider. Quoi?
Protect the Almighty Shogun!
I will have order.
Take flight!
Et ça dégage.
Embrace the ice!
Ah, ok, ils ont limité le terrain pour que je combatte certains ennemis, mais eux vont
Delve
pouvoir en
into
combattre
destiny!
d'autres.
Ha! Whirling snow! Ha! Ha!
Order guide you.
Kaboom!
It seems like their attacks are finally over.
I've never fought so fiercely before.
Thank you all.
Are you okay? Maybe you should keep resting.
I'm fine. I feel much better already.
You fought phenomenally. It was truly awe-inspiring. The monsters will definitely come back. And when they do, it'll be more than a few Rift Hounds this time. Quickly, escort Her Excellency back to Inazuma City, and regroup with the General's forces as soon as possible.
When everyone sees the almighty Shogun safely returning, their spirits will be lifted.
Well, what are you guys gonna do?
We will stay here and guard against the monsters' advance. We cannot afford to let them get any further. We are brothers in arms. As long as we stick together, we can face any number of monsters that come our way.
Ah, mais c'est là que la voix me dit quelque chose maintenant. Juste parce que le mec, il a dit « As long we stick together ». La voix me fait vraiment penser à celle de Winston en version originale dans Overwatch, en fait.
Just leave it to us. Fighting is what we do best.
Ouais, non, la voix est un peu plus grave et un peu
The almighty
plus
Shogun is the only one of us with the power to change the present state of
Mais elle me
affairs.
faisait vraiment penser à
Only
celle
her
de
excellency
Winston.
can turn back the tide of despair and lead us onward into the future. No matter what kind of threat faces Inazuma, we will always place our faith in the almighty Shogun.
Oh. Thank you all very much. I promise you that I will create a bright future for Inazuma. I should not have left it this late to make this promise. But from this moment forth, know that I shall be true to my word.
Don't worry, Your Excellency. We will never doubt your word as long as we live. With you leading us, we will claim back everything that Inazuma has lost.
Glory to the Shogun! Glory to the Shogun!
They're gone.
Cette promesse leur était-elle adressée, ou était-ce une promesse que vous faisiez à vous-même?
It was both. The people's sacrifice has always caused me immense pain. But in dwelling on the tragedy, I overlooked their splendor. The grief blinded me to how brightly they shone in their final moments. The result being that in the centuries since their sacrifice, I have dishonored their will. You could take the view that whatever I say to them is meaningless, because they are but disembodied memories held in the ley lines. But even so, they are due a resolution. I owe it to them, and to all the people who have placed their faith in me to date.
Well, Paimon thinks that even if it's a few hundred years later, you're doing right by them now, and that's what counts.
Thank you for your comforting words. But this is my basic duty as Inazuma's Archon, and I have neglected it for far too long. I used to think just like that samurai, that I was first and foremost a warrior, and my only duty was to face whatever challenge came my way. But what Inazuma needs more than a warrior is someone like Makoto. Even though I am utterly unlike Makoto, and can never become the person she was, I still need to do the things that she would have done. Yes, they are. They are strong and resilient, and have much to be proud of. As the Raiden Shogun they revere, I should not be the one to hold them back.
Well said. Sounds to Paimon like you figured things out.
Change will come to Inazuma, and with it, new possibilities. This will take time, but eventually, the future will bring healing to the scars of the past. No matter how long it takes, I am committed to bringing this to fruition. This is my promise. Now that we've dealt with the Rift Hounds, this matter is halfway resolved.
Cool.
It does not appear that the threat will escalate for the time being.
De
I will leave the Tenryo and Yashiro commissions to handle the follow-up work, such as investigating the origins of this incident and tending to the root system.
Alrighty then, let's move on. It looks calm on the outside, but Paimon bets her emotions must be all over the place right now, huh? She seems to have changed a lot since we last met her. Huh?
Et elle est partie.
What's wrong, eh?
Ah non, elle est encore là. Oups. Hey?
What's going on? Are you feeling unwell again?
My body. I can't move it.
Uh-oh.
It looks like the situation is more serious than I thought.
Disons que la deuxième phrase sonne un peu conne en fait. Je ne peux pas, elle ne peut pas bouger, mec. Elle ne peut pas bouger. Elle ne peut plus bouger. Ça ne sert à rien de lui dire, hey, on va retourner à la cité. Non, ça sert à rien.
No need. She is calling me. The time has come.
Ah. Là, c'est la Raiden Shogun qui reprend les rênes.
Can you help me walk? I need to go to the cave below the Grand Narukami Shrine.
Why?
Oh, c'est là.
A battleground. One where I shall sever ties with the past and take the first steps into the future.
Ah, c'est là. C'est donc là que le boss fight va se trouver, en fait. Huh. Bah, plus précisément, dans le... Il y avait un autre type de boss fight qui avait eu lieu dans une grotte juste un peu plus en avant du monastère, techniquement. On va se prendre quand même quelques petits trucs de cerisier, évidemment. Hein? Et hop, voilà. Ok. Donc c'est la grotte qui se trouve juste ici, en fait. Ouais, c'est exactement celle-là, en fait. Ok. On va juste se poser ici. Et nous y sommes. Rendez-vous dans la grotte en dessous du sanctuaire de Narukami. On y est.
We're finally here. The entrance should be nearby.
Ah.
Whoa! Where'd that Torii gate
Ça c'est
come
intéressant
from?
par contre. Vous vous sentez bien?
It's getting worse again. But it's fine. I'm happy. I'm about to put an end to it all. This is a place I once sealed off with my own hands. The entrance to Raiden Makoto's realm of consciousness. It looks like she will no longer allow me to do with this body as I please.
Huh? What are you talking about? And who is she? Makoto?
Follow me.
Ça ressemble un peu à un pouvoir de l'abysse, ça, par contre. C'est bizarre.
Where are we go?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ça y est, on y est. On va se concentrer et observer ce qui se passe.
This place.
Ça ressemble au plan euthymique.
Look over there.
To the one within, but it is also the guardian of the rules. Should the one within wish to stray from the rules, this body shall stand in her way.
Wait, Paimon knows that voice. Is that the puppet?
Ouais.
You have wandered the realm in my body, and you appear to have grasped the true essence of eternity. You believe your present self has greater certainty than your former self. Thus, you believe your present self is correct, don't you? But have you really been enlightened with new ideas? Or have you been degraded by irreversible erosion? I'm here to show you my answer. We are both warriors, and the dialogue we must now have shall be conducted by the blade alone.
Wait. The atmosphere in here just took a turn for the worse.
Donc juste pour apporter un peu de lore vite. La véritable Yae est décédée bien des années avant le cataclysme en fait. Du coup, Makoto a réussi à utiliser une partie de ses pouvoirs pour faire revenir l'esprit de Yae, mais dans un corps artificiel, qui est la marionnette de Raiden Shogun en fait. Voilà.
Are you all right now?
The discomfort I was experiencing earlier was caused by the Shogun rejecting my continued use of her body. As she indicates, once I started entertaining the idea of change, I became hostile in her eyes. But inside a realm of consciousness, I exist independently of her. She cannot affect me in this way. Though she is a puppet, the Shogun has her own consciousness too. When necessary, she appears here to confront me.
Vous m'aviez déjà dit ça autrefois. Est-ce qu'un système de défense est un système de défense pour préserver l'éternité?
Paimon gets that everyone has their internal battles and stuff, but not like this. It's a bit extreme. Hey, showdown with the Shogun? Never thought we'd see that day.
The rules I set for the Shogun are... No. The Shogun herself is the manifestation of my past ideals. The very foundation stone of eternity. It shall not be easily swayed. I would not try to change her if it wasn't necessary.
Isn't there any other way? Can't you talk it through or something?
Yae n'est pas du genre à se laisser... à se laisser... Attendez, excusez-moi. Je vais relire cette phrase lentement, ok? Yae n'est pas du genre à se laisser d'échappatoire. Ok, c'est bon. Ça se lit quand même bien. C'est juste que trop vite, on comprend rien.
But they both just want the best for Inazuma.
My form is a symbol of supreme majesty, in which has been vested power over all the realm. It is the cohesive embodiment of all that constitutes the Raiden Shogun. It inherits Yae's pain, the pain of inevitable loss that comes as she moves forward. So too does it inherit her determination to reach eternity. Every action undertaken is for the sake of resisting erosion. Determination, courage, love, hatred, all of these will be degraded and distorted by the incessant flow of time.
On a Undertale maintenant?
Only rules shall remain constant for eternity. Those were my thoughts when I created you. Now, they are towering obstacles that I have no choice but to overcome. You wish to make yourself my enemy? I am your past, the everlasting law, the guardian of eternity. And I am she who promised a dream to her subjects. Raiden Yae!
Ooh. Cinématique.
In the end, even the proud and mighty Oni Maiden was cut down and disgraced.
Oula.
Your blade has been cleansed of her blood and filth, and never shall it shine as brightly as it once did.
Attendez, mais c'est incroyable. Oh, la petite musique qui vient avec en plus.
Strike dead. The Kitsune sakura blossoms that once filled the skies fell to the ground as pitch-black rain. As long as the ley lines flow, the relentless erosion of time will never stop.
Ok, il y a plusieurs phases en fait.
She's completely recovered?
Deuxième phase, ouais.
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal. Shine down. This world, a fleeting shadow. Illusions are but distractions.
Il n'y a pas de musique. Waouh. Ah ouais. Trouver et vaincre l'illusion.
There is no escape.
Le véritable corps à se révéler. Ah ouais, mais... Oh, ok, ça va.
This world, shine down.
Le combat est quand même facile quand il y a un niveau assez élevé, mais le combat commence à être vraiment intéressant par contre. La manière de comment le combat est construit, c'est vraiment cool. Prochaine phase. Attendez, mais elle a combien de phases exactement?
Inazuma shines eternal. Evasion is futile. Remove all obstacles. Pathetic. There is no escape. Inferior. The eye sweeps the lands.
Ah ouais, j'aurais pu aller le laisser.
Illusion shattered. Absurd. Now you shall perish. Only emptiness.
Ça, c'était intéressant.
Have you finally defeated her?
Non. Ça, c'est que le début, ma chère.
It appears your martial prowess has not dulled. But how long can your will remain strong?
How the heck? La marionnette de la Shogun n'est pas invincible quand même.
In this realm of consciousness, her existence is tenacious indeed. She was built to resist erosion. Her will is stronger than any other living beings, including you and me.
Then, does that mean this is gonna be a never-ending battle?
Maybe. But I have to prove to her that my present will is no product of erosion. The future I shall forge will be a grand undertaking, one that will be resistant to erosion. If I don't do this, the Shogun's rules can never change, and Inazuma can never move forward. This is my duty. No matter how long this battle may last, months, years, centuries, and no matter how many times we must fight, I will defeat her.
Que va-t-il en être d'Inazuma pendant tout ce temps?
500 years ago, humanity proved their strength in battle. Here in the present, they rely on their ambition to challenge wayward practices, tear them out like the diseased wood of an old sakura tree, so that new, healthy branches might spring to life in their place. It is about time that I learned to trust them.
Mais pouvez-vous tolérer le fait que les humains puissent se débrouiller seuls? Tout le monde place ses espoirs en la Raiden Shogun. On va y aller pour la première, étant donné que ça semble plus logique au niveau du dialogue et du lore, en fait.
I understand that. But if the dreams of which Makoto spoke are true eternity, a short moment for which the Shogun does not exist is nothing to fear. I fight for the everlasting future of Inazuma. However long the battle may last, it is but a drop in the ocean of eternity. I vow to the subjects of Inazuma that I shall one day return. This is my oath. Please, be my witness.
Dans le fond, ce que je comprends, c'est qu'elle va, en quelque sorte, faire exactement ce que Jean-Li a fait, en fait. D'une certaine façon, disparaître de la carte. Sauf que, évidemment, elle était énormément... Elle a énormément paru en public, donc tout le monde sait exactement c'est qui. Mais Jean-Li, il n'y a personne qui sait que c'est le Archangeo au final. Mais elle va comme disparaître d'une certaine façon. C'est ok.
During my absence, I place everything in Miko's hands.
But this means that...
Pass on my words.
Donc c'est là que l'acte 2 de Yae se termine et qu'on commence l'acte 1 de l'histoire de Yae Miko, en fait.
Looks like we got kicked out. What do we do? Are we really just gonna leave A and the Shogun to keep on duking it out in there forever? She was making sense, and maybe this is the only way to change the Shogun's rules, but still...
Elle n'a pas de corps physique, elle dépend de la Shogun, mais il doit sûrement y avoir une autre solution.
Right? Also, A can be pretty stubborn at times, and has a history of rushing into difficult situations. What if she gets too obsessed with winning, and she forgets why she's there in the first place? It could happen, and then she might never leave again.
On ne peut pas la laisser comme ça, notre travail n'est pas terminé.
Yeah, we should help her out, like we did last time. The quicker she gets through this, the better. Is there any way we can cut down how long she needs to spend in there? Or, you know, help her win the fight? Well, whatever. We can't let anything bad happen to A while she's in there. Oh, but we also can't get in there anymore.
C'est pour ça qu'on va aller chercher Yae Miko.
First things first, we gotta find a way back in. Oh, come on, brain juice, don't feel Paimon now. Okay, maybe
Alors,
if we
chercher Yae Miko.
Oh, you're right. Paimon nearly forgot about her.
J'ai rien à dire.
Who knows if she really understands these consciousness realm plane thingies more than we do, but there's no one else we can turn to. All right, up the mountain we go.
Bon, rendez-vous au sanctuaire de Narukami pour consulter Yae Miko. Si tu veux, on peut si tu veux la frapper une bonne fois pour toutes, ça va me faire plaisir. Yae Miko!
Someone's not in the best of moods. Let me guess. You're all tangled up in another situation and need me to unravel it for you. I hope you realize how lucky you are. If it was anyone else, I don't think I'd have the patience to keep greeting them with a smile after the first few times.
But you're always smiling.
That was a figure of speech, do you understand? Nitpicking my turns of phrase. Sheer audacity.
Oh merde. Va droit au but, Paimon.
Oh, yeah. Something really big's happened. It's A.
I know. Elle le sait. Non, elle le sait pas.
Oh, okay, I see. So, A's decided to palm Inazuma off on the humans, while she goes off on her own to fight a fierce battle that doesn't even have an end date. Impossibly stubborn. Jumps straight to the most extreme course of action imaginable, presumes her sheer will can see her through, despite a near impossible goal that requires nothing short of the very peak of her abilities. Yes, that sounds like A all right. You know as well as I do that she's always been like this. Why start fretting about it now?
Ce combat est bien plus important que tous les autres. Elle s'est précipitée sans réfléchir.
Rushed into it without thinking. Well put. Oh,
Mais c'est
she
pas ce que
acts
j'ai
like
choisi.
such a child sometimes. So you seem to be under the impression that I am able to offer some sort of help? Who gave you that idea?
Is she playing dumb? She's doing this on purpose, for sure!
Elle le fait exprès, Paimon.
Aha, you're learning, little one. But really, the truth of the matter is that I don't know much more about Raiden Makoto's realm of consciousness than you do. All I know is that it's the foundation of the sacred Sakura, and from what I've heard, it's a little different from A's plane of euthymia.
Because Raiden Makoto is no longer alive?
Not just because of that. The nature of the space itself is different in some way. But I can only speculate. You're the ones who have actually been there, so you tell me. What was it like?
Je n'ai pas remarqué de différence.
Anyway, we needn't worry about the details too much. It'll just be a little difficult to explain things later on, that's all. First things first. Follow me to the entrance.
D'accord, on y retourne. C'est un peu plus bas. Par contre, j'ai besoin de remettre de la bouffe dans mon truc, dans mon sac. Voyons voir, qu'est-ce que je peux mettre cette fois-ci. Oh, des sushis à l'œuf. Bah ouais, j'en ai 105 en plus. On va redonner de la vie à mes persos. Ils en ont bien besoin. Voilà le travail.
Now then, I always have my ways. It's just a question of how crafty I need to be. To the outsider, the realm of consciousness is a very abstract concept. Luckily, I'm A's familiar, so I can sense her rough whereabouts. In other words, even though I can't pinpoint the exact spatial location of this realm, I can still send you to where A is.
So, it's abstract, but has a location, but you don't know where it is, but you can still send us there. What?
Yes, no need to try and understand it. Let me put this simply. Right now, she is surrounded by chaos. Everything is turbulent and disordered. If you try to force your way in, you could be swept away by a giant wave that sets you down in an unknown corner of space-time. This is precisely why when entering the plane of euthymia, it's much safer if you place your consciousness in a physical object first.
What? All right, well, Paimon, stay here then. You two can go in.
Tu rêves, Paimon, tu ne m'abandonnerais pas quand même. C'est vraiment le connard, quoi. Mais Paimon, on est toujours ensemble. Si je meurs, tu voudrais pas mourir avec moi quand même. Je vais quand même lui dire tu rêves parce que c'est vraiment comme... C'est plus sec. C'est plus sec le truc.
Suit yourself. Worst case scenario, all we stand to lose is A. So what's the big deal?
Paimon's had it up to here with both of you! Oh, fine! Paimon's coming too.
Oh, well, if you're quite sure, then of course. Now, I shall send you on your way. I say?
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Oh, nothing. It just seems extraordinarily chaotic, that's all. My suspicions have been confirmed. By the way, remember to focus constantly on your heartfelt wishes when you enter inside. Only a strong enough will can prevent you from being swallowed by the giant waves of abstract space. Only if you are strong enough can I deliver you to the right destination.
D'accord.
Well then, the door's open. Hop on in. I'll stay outside and provide what stability I can. I'll be ready to respond if anything happens. I'm placing my god in your capable hands. For my sake and for Inazuma's, please. Bring her back.
Ah ok, non, c'est... Ok, le boss fight va être tout de suite en fait.
You better know what you're doing.
Nous allons réussir.
That's enough chatter. Get to work.
Il sera peut-être temps d'y aller parce que là, sinon le portail ne tiendra pas longtemps. Hein. Ok, qu'est-ce qu'on va découvrir? Est-ce qu'on va avoir le droit à une cinématique? Wow! Wow! Oh, la cinématique, je me tais. Je vous laisse.
Remember to focus constantly on your heartfelt wishes when you enter inside. Only if you are strong enough can I deliver you to the right destination.
En vrai, il nous gâte en cinématique, hein.
Huh?
Ah bah bonjour.
How can this be? You have returned. But how were you able to get back in? And how come you have not changed at all in all these years?
Attends, quoi? Comment ça, toutes ces années, là?
This is a duel to remember. It is as if we have of eternity were first established. Your will today is as strong as it was back then. Over countless battles, not once have you lost, and never have you shown the slightest hesitation. Had I made all enemies of eternity stand against you, you still would not have wavered. For your firm commitment to enforcing the rules, you have my admiration too. You bring honor to the title of Guardian of Eternity. Now these two return once more to this space. An inevitability of fate, perhaps. Then, let this be our final duel, the conclusion to that which began 500 years ago. Final duel?
Whoa.
So you're finally willing to... Stand back, traveler.
Pourquoi en finir une bonne fois pour toutes?
I'm going to be the start of something new.
Whoa.
The time our duels took to fight was long enough to witness the rise and fall of nations.
Oh!
Energy they consume, great enough to vaporize the oceans and turn day into night. And the will they demand, sufficient to penetrate minds and crush dreams. Yet, I will endure forever. Witness the final calamity.
plus rapidement. Ok.
Shine down! In fear! Erase all threats! Eternity is in my hands!
Oula. Bon, on va finir le fight tout de suite.
This is the end. You have won. I believed you were incapable of transcending the past. But it seems my belief was baseless, and I underestimated your spirit. But a will that cannot be eroded has no way to embrace the future. You need not worry about the future, and you aren't alone. I know your power more than anyone else. Had I relied upon my strength alone, I would have lost this duel for sure. Yet, my reason for fighting redefined my martial prowess and redrew my limits. I now carry the gaze of the myriad of expectant eyes that look to the light in the heavens. And whenever I think of this, I feel something stirring within Musou Ishin. The blade that I inherited from Makoto seems to be trying to guide me, to encourage me. I noticed it also. Just now in the heat of battle, it seemed to unleash a new and unfamiliar power. This power is beyond the limits of my understanding. This blade belonged to Makoto.
She carries the gaze.
Perhaps it can only respond to me with its full power when I truly understand and believe in her. When I clasped Musou Ishin in my hands, I had the feeling that she was by my side once again. It was at once a familiar feeling and a strange one. Makoto barely wielded a blade in her life, and yet her blade brings me closer to her. You have my approval. Your present will is not the product of erosion. I shall no longer stop you from attempting to modify the rules. From this day forth, this body will remain your assistant. I won't design any more rules that can never be changed. You used to represent my past, but from today onward, you are me. Makoto never saw me as a fearless weapon. Likewise, I should not regard you as a mere tool. You truly have changed. I suppose this is what humans call growth. I understand. I shall become your shadow, just as you were once Makoto's shadow.
Voilà,
The duties
les
I
plans de
perform will
caméra
not change.
ont l'air vraiment
But as a
animés
warrior,
là.
I look forward to the chance to fight like this again in the future. Do you say this because you have not yet reconciled yourself with your defeat? It was simply a new experience for me. One that is worth reliving.
Have you finished fighting then? Like, for real this time?
L'harmonie idéale se met à briller.
Hello, A. And greetings, those who have come to bear witness.
Wait, what?
I am Raiden Makoto, the previous Electro Archon, who failed in my duties and left you all to pick up the pieces. Makoto? I'm so happy. You've come so far. I always knew you would make it here in the end. I left a faint fragment of my will in Musou Ishin, so that in the moment that you unleashed its full power, I too would be released. A convoluted way to reach you, but... well, you held such deeply entrenched views at the time that you wouldn't have listened to a word I said. There was no time to wait for you to have a change of heart. Please forgive me. all I could do was find some way to wait until you came to me. But you never mentioned this to me. Everything happened so suddenly. I'm sorry. I've always felt terrible for having to entrust Inazuma to you all of a sudden. I should have been the one to impart these ideas to you, a little at a time, to dissuade you from your pursuit of stillness. Did you know what was about to happen in Conria? I had some sense of it. That place was not somewhere that any Archon could afford to ignore. In my present form, I can no longer perceive time. I don't know how long we have been separated before this reunion, and I don't know what Inazuma has experienced in the meantime. But I know that this must have been an extremely arduous journey for you. And I'm sure you must have wanted to shed tears many times along the way. Don't look down on me. See? You admit it. It was with this possibility in mind that I left a parting gift for you. Something to soothe Inazuma's pain. Here, take it, before my last shred of consciousness fades away. But it is you who must take the most important step.
The light turned into a seed?
The miracle tree that blesses the people, in this moment new to the world and yet to be known. When to plant it, where it shall bloom. She who brings it into being must let her heart and dreams decide. Grant it life, eh? Is it really? Eternity extends time into infinity. Dreams illuminate each moment within. When both shine in unison, the sacred Sakura blooms from the darkness, finally free from the clutches of the heavenly principles. Now the nightmare has dissipated, and reality is made whole. The vision we both yearn for is still further ahead. My only regret is that I cannot witness Inazuma's future, nor can I walk this journey with you. Do you know, I am so happy right now, because my final wish has now come true. Your polearm once protected me from countless calamities. For this, I've always felt indebted to you. Though I could never repay you in full, this sacred Sakura will buy you some time until you are ready to awaken and embrace the new. What do you think? Did it do the trick? This time, it really is goodbye, eh? Goodbye, Makoto.
Que dire de plus? Que dire de plus? À part que il nous gâte en cinématique. Et c'est magnifique. C'est vraiment juste magnifique en vrai.
So the A of the present planted the sacred Sakura in the realm of consciousness, and it took root in the Inazuma of the past. No matter what you make of it, it's quite incredible.
All of this is thanks to Makoto's power. Her understanding of eternity is much more profound than mine. Eternity is a concept intimately connected with time. When you begin to touch on eternity, the concept of time becomes murky.
J'ai vu des choses magnifiques à cet endroit. Le temps avancé et reculé en même temps.
A place where time is meaningless and cannot be understood with ordinary logic. So that was the turbulence I was sensing. Perhaps that is the reason why you were able to return precisely to this point in time without any problems. And yet, that sense of disorderliness has now completely disappeared.
I don't fully understand yet. But my intuition tells me that the reason for everything, it's that seed.
Well, I'm not convinced that it was Makoto's power alone.
I know what you mean. Perhaps Makoto got a higher power involved in all of this. But whatever the explanation, her solution is what saved us all. Without the sacred Sakura, Inazuma would likely have been completely swallowed up centuries ago by that disaster and the filth.
I know you've always perceived there was something special about the sacred Sakura, but to me, it has always been there. You've tried in the past to prove to me that there's a connection between the sacred Sakura and Makoto's consciousness, but unfortunately, you never did persuade me, did you?
No, but I understand why now. It was because the sacred Sakura hadn't even been planted then.
But don't you think that tree looked a lot different than how it does now?
The sacred Sakura is within my purview at the shrine, so obviously I get to prune it exactly how I like it.
Ugh. Now we see who's pulling the strings.
I'm joking. That tree has been through a lot since it first sprouted. We have the loving care of Kitsune over the ages to thank for how it appears today. And obviously I played my part too. It's fair to say that very little time passed between the moment you came out of that realm and the moment you re-entered it. But in that same time, centuries of battling took place on the inside, did it not? Traveler, if I'm guessing correctly, you were repeating your wishes to yourself in your mind, weren't you?
Bien sûr.
At that time, I could sense A's whereabouts, but I also sensed anomalies in the flow of time within that space. Suffice to say, time added a whole new dimension to our search. Simply establishing a location was not sufficient. Fortunately, your will was strong enough that the turbulence carried you to the moment in time most likely to be the intersection of all that you were wishing for. The flow of turbulence may well have been influenced by Makoto, but it took everyone's efforts combined to ultimately help A. So this time, it looks like thanks are due to you.
Does that mean it wasn't by chance that we ended up at the final duel? We were always meant to be there to witness what was going to happen?
En gros, techniquement, il a souhaité arriver vraiment au point culminant de la décision de Hey, en fait. Ouais, il y a une stupidité là-dedans avec Paimon encore une fois, mais évidemment. Mais dans le fond, le combat aurait pu être genre être fini il y a 1000 ans, mais là, le fait qu'elle aurait pris sa décision il y a 500 ans en fait. 500 ans plus tard. C'est peut-être ça que la Shogun voulait dire en parlant de la fatalité du destin.
I thought that the flow of time was the same on the inside and the outside. So it was a great shock to me when the traveler reappeared. My first thought was, has a great disaster befallen Inazuma? But it turned out you had come to rescue me. You came for my sake, to help me reach the best possible outcome.
En fait, ce que je pense aussi, c'est que le voyageur souhaitait arriver au moment important où est-ce que Abe prendrait sa décision et vaincrait une bonne fois pour toutes la marionnette. Mais c'est que ça veut dire que ça lui aurait pris 500 ans de vie humaine pour réussir à le faire, en fait.
You too have my
C'est assez
thanks.
intense.
You have done much for me, and I will never forget it.
Hey, how are you feeling now?
My body has fully recovered, and the Shogun's will no longer fights against me.
Always thrilled to hear you're in good health. But I was really asking about your emotions. Have you managed to calm down? After all, you saw Makoto in there, didn't you?
I only heard her voice. I wouldn't say I saw her. I'll be fine. It brought a few things back, of course, but I've made my decision to move forward. I have to say, this has reminded me once again just how brilliant Makoto was. She predicted all the ways in which Inazuma's future could unfold, all the way back then. She even factored my immaturity into her plan. It's all thanks to her that Inazuma lived to see this day.
Mais vous aussi, vous avez joué un rôle très important. Hey.
I just planted a seed.
Vos deux volontés ont été indispensables.
Yeah, it was thanks to everything you did that you got to see her again. That's amazing!
Ce dernier pas semblait peut-être simple à effectuer, mais il n'a pu être possible que grâce à d'innombrables efforts réunis. Ce n'est pas parce que la cause et les effets ont été inversés que vous devez sous-estimer le rôle que vous avez joué là-dedans.
Thank you.
Today, at long last, you and Inazuma finally emerge from the shadows cast by the events of centuries past. Makoto and you are Inazuma's past and future, and both are indispensable.
It's rare to hear such comforting words from you. I graciously accept them.
Oh, come on. You only think it's rare because you never used to listen to a word I say.
Makoto said the exact same thing!
Great minds think alike, hmm? I wonder, does that qualify me to, maybe, take the position of Shogun for a couple of days? Actually, no. Forget that. Far more trouble than it's worth.
We will have to end the frivolities there. There is much work to be done. The Shogun and I will closely review the Inazuma of today to find out where things currently stand. Then, we will give careful consideration to the future. After that, I will abolish the Sakoku decree.
Really? That's huge news!
I am no longer pursuing an eternity defined by stasis. In which case, there is no further need to keep the nation under lock and key. I don't doubt that many challenges lie ahead for Inazuma.
Ils donneront également lieu à de nouvelles opportunités.
I'm looking forward to it.
Eh bien, mesdames et messieurs, c'est la fin de l'acte 2 avec Yae. Oh, Sakura Onirique. Qu'est-ce que j'ai obtenu là, moi? On va les vérifier. Ça a été énormément rempli en cinématique et en grand discours et tout. Ah, ok, c'est un pétale de l'arbre de cerisier qui se trouvait dans l'autre monde, en fait. Ah, c'est cute. Un petit souvenir.
Many challenges still lie ahead for Inazuma, but I am prepared for them.
On se calme, c'est pas fini. Hein. Il y a encore plein de trucs à découvrir. Hein. On n'a pas fini pour ce soir. Ça ne fait que continuer. Inazuma va être confronté à de nombreuses épreuves, mais j'y suis déjà préparé. À propos de ces épreuves, à propos du regard des dieux, à propos des siècles de guerre, à propos des dégâts sur le cerisier. propos de quoi? Les cryptides? Nani? Les cryptides? Quoi? Attends, j'essaie de comprendre là. Et Miko a dit qu'elle avait placé sa divinité. Je n'ai pas d'autres questions. On va passer les questions pour le moment. Je sais pas ce que c'est un cryptide. J'ai aucune idée de ce que c'est un cryptide. Dis-moi pas que je vais te décevoir. J'ai aucune idée de ce que c'est. Je suis très sérieux. Bon. Ok. Chercher un bon petit truc à grignoter là. Ça va être la meilleure des choses. Un bon bol de ramen peut-être. Donc du coup ça nous débloque la deuxième partie qui est l'histoire de Yae Miko.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Ok. Là présentement ça fait déjà un bon 2 heures qu'on est sur cette partie de l'histoire en fait. Et là on va plonger dans la deuxième. Alors, dites-vous que je vous reviens dans quelques instants, l'histoire d'aller me chercher un truc à grignoter moi aussi parce que bordel, je commence à avoir la dalle. A tout de suite. Dans quelques instants.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Ok, je suis de retour. Ça devrait pas prendre de temps, je vais juste essayer de m'installer de manière à ce que ce soit parfait. J'arrive. Ok. Donnez-moi
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Installer stuff. Attention les oreilles. Voilà. Petit sac de chips. Sac de chips classique. Alors, du coup, on va aller parler au personnage qui nous demande. Promenez-vous à Anamikuzaka. Donc on va aller au point principal. On va faire on va grignoter un tout petit peu.
We haven't been to the Yae Publishing House in a while. Paimon wonders if they have any new books in. The one we read with A that time was pretty cool.
Come on, this is a no-brainer, man. There's only one thing worth wishing for, and that is a ton of Mora.
But the exam's next week. If I fail again, I'm seriously done for. I'm better off wishing that my exam goes smoothly.
It's just an exam. Trust me, there's no problem you can't solve by throwing more at it. If it doesn't work, then just keep throwing till it does.
Ok, ça va, le
What
capitalisme.
are they arguing about? It's quite a spirited debate.
Huh? Really? You guys don't know? You need but stand on this land at midnight, lower your head and recite a special incantation, then your wish will come true.
Oula. Oula, le bras qui... Oh, le bras...
Le bras qui a eu un problème. C'est tiré d'un livre.
Looks like you guys really aren't in the loop. This, my friends, is the next big thing. A highly effective wish ritual guaranteed to make your wishes come true.
A wish ritual? That actually works?
C'est pas crédible, Paimon. Arrête.
Right? Even Paimon knows that's just not how the world works.
I didn't believe it at first either, but that changed when it worked for someone I know. It's this guy called Kunihiko. He's practically always been unemployed, wastes his days away, and he owes a lot of money. Like, a lot. But get this. I don't see him for a few days, and suddenly I find him dressed to the nines and feasting at a high-class restaurant. I heard it directly from him. He used this wishing ritual, and the next day he woke up to find his whole bed filled high with mora.
Une petite visite ne fera pas de tort, je pense.
Wow!
Calme-toi, Paimon.
Of course, I'm sure the part about waking up lying on a bed of mora is a bit of an exaggeration. But whether you believe it or not, it's not exactly a difficult ritual. It can't hurt to give it a try, right? If you're still feeling skeptical, just ask around. There are a lot of very compelling stories going around these days.
Okay.
Really? Well, come on! Let's go ask around right now, shall we?
Calme-toi, Paimon. Tu m'as l'air bien enthousiaste tout à coup.
Well, if it really is true, then just think of all the mora Paimon could... Oh, and you'd finally be reunited with your twin, too. Let's go, let's go!
La grande offrande de Naokami. Eh ben dis donc.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I...
Bon, vous savez quoi? Le truc des annonces me gosse un tout petit peu, donc je vais quand même juste les regarder rapido presto. Juste pour enlever le point d'exclamation qui me tape sur les nerfs. Moi, quand il y a un truc comme ça me titille un peu l'œil, en fait. Ok, c'est bon. Oh, passer de là encore. Eh merde.
On closer inspection, it seems like there really are a lot of people talking about this kind of stuff. Hey, see those two? Paimon remembers them from the Yae Publishing House. One...
Grasp the thought in mind. Clear like the light of the moon. As close as kin with you.
No, it's not hear my summons, it's heed my summons. Heed! You're never going to get it down at this rate.
Honnêtement, j'ai le goût de les passer eux autres, en fait. Parce qu'au nombre de fois que j'ai fait des missions avec eux, là, ils me tapent sur les nerfs.
Hey, what are you guys up to?
Whoa! Sheesh, you scared me!
Incantation? Are you guys trying out...
Junkichi is trying it out, to be specific. He's hit a bit of a creativity block recently, so...
Je pensais pas que vous croyiez
I mean, I obviously don't. But Junkichi never listens to an outside opinion, so all I can do is go along with it.
Mr. Shigeru, can you please be a little more accommodating? This is extremely important to me. People have had all kinds of wishes come true. Become more attractive, get rich quick, ace their studies. I'm just a poor... Anyway, I just know this is going to work.
Didn't you say the same thing when you went to make your wish at the Grand Narukami Shrine? Oh, I just know this is gonna work.
The Omamori from the shrine take too long to have any effect on your luck.
Look, to be completely honest, I think you need to sit down and have a good think about what kind of story you want to write. Where's all that self-confidence you have? Look at you now. Trying dubious methods from any old light novel.
Wait. What?
Yep, it's from the one called A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits.
Sur le spiritisme. C'est un livre de la chaîne Yae.
No, it's most likely a self-published title. It just appeared out of nowhere and took Ina's... As a fellow writer, I'll refrain from passing comment on how well the story is written.
Look, Junkichi, yes.
What's so surprising about that? They're probably just giddy with joy.
Why don't we go to the Grand Narukami? She's the expert with it.
Ok, donc du coup, ça vient d'un roman qui a été publié comme ça au hasard. L'histoire avec ces deux-là, là, c'est pas... non, pas intéressant du tout. Ils vont casser les burnes à la longue. Bon. On va retourner voir Yae Miko.
You're here.
Well, hello there, young ones. What brings you to the shrine? It just so happens that I have a wonderful novel here. I highly recommend it.
Nous avons quelques questions.
Oh? Well, what did you want to ask?
Well, we were just... actually, you look kind of busy. Is this a bad time?
No, not at all. It's nothing major.
Lady Guji, what do you mean, nothing major? I'm begging you, you've got to help me save my brother.
Attendez, je viens d'avoir la description de cryptide. Selon le dictionnaire, les encyclopédies définissent le terme cryptide comme un animal dont l'existence est unsubstantial. Un animal tel que le Sasquatch ou le Loch Ness. Comme qui existe mais n'a jamais été prouvé. Oh! Ah, ok. Ok, maintenant je sais ce que c'est un cryptide maintenant. Ok. Je suppose que ça devait faire partie de la connaissance générale. Du coup, ma connaissance générale, elle a plutôt descendu depuis un certain temps. Il s'est passé quelque chose?
It really is nothing major. I stand by that. Oh, but since you're so curious, let's have him relate the story one more time, just for you.
You two seem to have a good relationship with Guji-ai. Please, put in a good word for me. You have to convince her to help my brother. Here's what happened. My name is Kato Yohei, and my brother is Kato Shingo. All he's ever wanted is to become a swordmaster, so he once asked Sensei Domon of the Meikyo Shisui art to take him on as a disciple. Domon turned him away, took one look at him and said he didn't have what it takes to train in the art of the sword. But my brother wasn't about to resign himself to defeat. He trained every day as hard as he could, and finally proved himself by defeating one of Domon's best disciples in a duel recently. But since his victory, he's been acting extremely strange. It's like he's become a completely different person. The doctors can't find anything wrong with him, so I'm betting it must be the work of an evil spirit. That's why I'm here, begging for Guji-ai's help.
You know, there really aren't as many evil spirits lurking around as you seem to think. Your brother achieved the goal he'd been striving toward for as long as he can remember, and now it's gone. It's only natural that he feels a little empty and lost while he's trying to find a new direction. If it were me, I'd just leave him be for a couple of days. He'll recover on his own soon enough.
No, Lady Guji. If you saw him for yourself, you'd know. I guarantee you he's not acting like someone who feels empty and lost.
Oh, all right, all right. Then tell me, when did your brother spar with Domon's disciple?
About 5 days ago.
5 days ago, you say?
Yes, Lady Guji. That's a long time for him to be acting up like this. I'm really worried about him. Our greatest wish is to one day found our own school, just like Domon. We can't jeopardize that dream now.
Wait a minute, now I'm a little confused. Are you here to save your brother, or are you here to make your dreams of founding a martial arts school come true?
Well, they're kinda two sides of the same coin, aren't they?
Whatever. Let me ask you this. Have you heard of any interesting new rumors lately? If so, I'd love to hear about them.
What? Rumors? I haven't heard anything.
Oh dear. Well, that's too bad.
Lady Guji, please stop changing the subject. This is someone's life we're talking about here. Please, you've got to help me.
Ouais, il est très très louche en ce
really
moment.
desperate. This thing with his brother sounds really bad. Come on, you should help him.
Il fait de la peine.
Okay, fine. Then it's decided.
Yay, Miko! So you're gonna help him?
Yay, Miko, ta gueule.
Kato, whatever your name was. These two guests are trusted acquaintances of mine, and in fact, they are experts in resolving all manner of strange and supernatural phenomena. Exorcisms and that sort of thing are all in a day's work for them.
Yeah! Wait a sec!
Really?
Is that hesitation that I detect in your voice? So let me get this straight. You come begging to me for help, I actually recommend someone for the job, then suddenly you start doubting me?
Not at all, never. Whatever Lady Guji says, I trust wholeheartedly. Thank you two for your willingness to help. Please follow me.
Ça a l'air vraiment louche son truc en vrai.
No, hold on a hot second, Miko. We may be a lot of things, but we ain't exorcists.
On n'y connaît rien là-dedans.
Don't worry. If he wants an exorcism, just grab a handful of salt and mutter some mumbo-jumbo while you're sprinkling it around. It's a common trope in light novels, right? You just have to have a bit of bravado. As soon as the protagonist gains self-confidence, everything else just magically falls into place.
Mais on n'est pas dans un roman. On n'y arrivera pas juste en ayant de la classe.
Well, you were the ones who seemed concerned about his situation. Don't you think it would be a little unfair to make me do all the work? Besides, we both know you wouldn't be here at the Grand Narukami Shrine unless you had a request for me too. This is an opportunity to demonstrate that you come in good faith.
This feels all wrong. But you technically have a point, so...
All right, let's go. Don't worry now, I'll be coming along too.
Okay, let's follow Yohei and go visit his brother. What is going on here? Granted, you can never be quite sure what's going on in Miko's mind, but she seems even more disinterested than usual in Yohei's situation. Well, a life's at stake here, so it looks like we'll have to deal with that first before we'll get the chance to ask her about the incantation stuff.
Bon. Ça sera pas très long, on va pouvoir finir cette partie de l'histoire. Pendant 2 secondes, j'étais sûr d'avoir vu Dan's Leaf. J'ai un peu bugué pendant un instant. Oula. Mon cerveau, il y a eu un bug.
How strange. My brother's been meditating here pretty much constantly over the...
Meditating?
Yeah, it's something that he suddenly started doing after defeating Domon's disciple. He just sits there alone. But that's not important right now. Where the heck could he have gone in his current...
This does pose a bit of a problem. If we Kato, whatever your name was, given the circumstances, why don't you start by going to find your brother, and also picking up a handful of salt on...
Okay. Okay, got it. I'm on it.
Miko, what about us? Shouldn't we have...
No need. While What's-His-Face is handling that, we'll take a walk around and ask people what they know about the two brothers.
Très bonne idée, en effet.
Hello, sir. We'd like to ask you about the Kato brothers.
Oh, are you debt collectors? Yohei said to tell you not to worry. He'll be able to pay you back as soon as he has enrolled a few disciples.
Eh ben voilà.
Huh? Debt collectors? No, we're not here for anything like that. But, it sounds like Yohei and Shingo have gotten themselves into a bit of a pickle.
Well, yes. I don't think there's any disputing that. Those two don't have an ounce of dedication between them. They just hop between ideas and won't stick to anything.
Huh? But Yohei said his brother has always wanted to become a sword master, and even asked Domon to be his sensei.
That's true, yes. Shingo begged Domon to take him on, and eventually, he finally relented. But even after convincing a renowned sensei to give him a chance, he was the same as ever, bumming around in class instead of focusing on his training. In the end, Domon had had enough and kicked him out. But Shingo was resentful about it. He blamed Domon for not seeing his potential, and even declared that he would challenge a disciple of Domon to a duel.
Wait, what? That's not what we heard.
Oh, how interesting. We heard a slightly different version. My brother wasn't about to resign himself to defeat. He trained every day as hard as he could and finally proved himself by defeating one of Domon's best disciples in a duel recently.
Yohei said that? That Shingo trained hard. That's ridiculous. He just lay there cussing to high heaven all day, every day. Some training regimen, that is. Yohei did tell me about Shingo winning the fight, but I took it with a grain of salt. You can ask Kenji at the village entrance more about that. He always has reliable information.
One day, I'll be as great as Ryuji.
Aïe, aïe, aïe. Une claque en arrière de la tête, ça pourrait, ça suffira pas à les faire changer.
Hey there, we've come to ask you about the Kato brothers.
Oh, you mean Shingo and Yohei?
Yeah, we heard that Shingo defeated an apprentice of Domon's recently. Is that true?
Yes, it's true. Wait, so are you here because you heard they're starting their own school and you're looking to sign up?
We're not here to sign up, but we would like to hear more details about the fight.
Well, you've come to the right person. I actually went to watch it. I thought it was a joke when I first heard that Shingo was going to challenge a disciple of the Meikyo Shisui art. But when he drew his sword, he became a whole different person. The way he handled his blade, it was like flowing water, mesmerizing to watch. Domon's disciple is no pushover. He was absolutely no match for Shingo.
Is Shingo really that strong?
Yep, he seemed pretty euphoric after winning the duel too. He was celebrating very vocally, saying something like, "What a duel! I haven't felt this good in a long time."
C'est ce que je pensais aussi. Il a chopé un artefact.
Any other details to share? We've heard that Shingo has been behaving rather out of character since then.
I'd definitely say that he has more energy than he used to. In the past, he never used to do much except lie around sunbathing all day. But just yesterday, for example, I saw him cutting down trees for the village head. In the space of one afternoon, he did what most people couldn't finish in 3 days. Not only that, but he managed to fell a lavender melon tree with just one kick.
Yep. Le frère est possédé, je crois.
Quite impressive.
Things got weird after that, though. The village head brought out some tofu for him, and he just flipped out. He shouted, "What is that stuff? Keep that away from me!" and then ran off.
Lady Guji, esteemed exorcists. Finally, I found you. I found my brother. He's at the waterfall, and I've got the salt you asked for, too. Come on, let's go!
Oh, as much as I'd prefer to stay and hear some more delicious details, I suppose we'd better be going now that he has been found.
C'est bien dommage. Très dommage. Comme la chanson de Big Flo. Allez. Assez dommage. Bon. On va aller le chercher. Bon, bah, apparemment, on va se téléporter. Attends une petite seconde. Et hop.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
Et hop.
Look over there. That's him at the waterfall.
Mais bordel, il a vaincu des... Il a vaincu des Holy Curls à lui tout seul, là. Il est très très fort.
So this is Yohei's brother.
C'est un grand guerrier.
He's meditating while sitting in a waterfall. That's pretty wild. Hey, listen! He's talking to himself.
Woo! Can you feel the feeling of manliness?
Possédé.
Found your own school. Ha! So shallow. Please, spare me. Spare me. I can't take any more.
Comment elle a un gros
I'm
sourire,
gonna
genre.
die.
Alors,
Yohei.
enfoiré.
Yohei!
Did you hear that? All the nonsense aside, he's going for help!
Huh? Who goes there?
He stood up! And now he's coming this way!
Oui, parce que t'as parlé trop fort, imbécile.
No, don't come any closer. Help!
What do we do? Miko, think of something!
Oh, poor thing. Yohei, your brother's life is hanging in the balance, and he's using his final breaths to call on you for help. Whatever shall we do?
Well, how should I know?
The way it looks to me is that Shingo feels terribly resentful to you about something.
Ah non, attends, il joue la
Would
comédie.
you mind telling
Je
me
suis
what
presque sûr
that's
que
all
les deux frères
about?
jouent la comédie.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
You don't know. But surely you should have more insight than anyone else into how your brother came to be this way. Yohei, I suggest you think very carefully before you open your mouth again. This is a life or death situation.
Oh, la grosse menace.
Your brother is your closest relative. You must have noticed straight away when he started acting out of character. And yet, 5 whole days pass before it occurs to you to come and seek help from me. You really expect me not to notice the gaping holes in your story?
But I...
As you wish. It's fine by me if you don't want to tell the truth. But after Shingo dies, you'll be next. It's futile trying to escape. Anywhere in the world you run to, it will be right behind your back. After all, You did summon it together.
Ah, ok, ouais. Il y a bien une histoire de...
All right, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything.
Ouais, voilà.
My brother and I used a wishing incantation. We made a wish.
Tiré du guide de pratique sur le spiritisme?
Yes, that's it. The one that's all the rage right now. You just have to recite an incantation at midnight and your wish will be granted. Just like the book described, we drew the magic symbol, stepped inside it barefoot at midnight, said the incantation, and lo and behold, spheres of light appeared all around us. After my brother wished to become a swordmaster, it really worked. Out of nowhere, he suddenly had these amazing sword skills. But his whole personality changed too.
Pourquoi avez-vous attendu jusqu'à aujourd'hui pour y remédier?
Because I was worried that if he goes back to normal, he'll lose his skills with the sword. If that happens, it'd ruin our plans to start a martial arts school, and we'd be back to being poor. I just wanted to keep this under wraps until we'd managed to get the dojo set up and paid off our debts.
So then, why'd you go to the Grand Narukami Shrine?
Well, 'cause with the way he's acting now, I was worried that rumors might start spreading that he's gotten involved in the occult arts or something, and then no one would want to sign up as his disciple. So I was thinking that maybe Lady Guji might have a way to get my brother back to normal, but let him keep his...
My, look at you with your ingenious schemes. Stop deluding yourself. These newfound sword skills are not his. They belong to the spirit that has possessed him.
You're right. We were wrong to do what we did. We had this coming.
Je prends pas Yae Miko pour un AVC,
All right,
là.
then.
Je suis désolé, là.
Your turn now, my little friend. Toss the salt, and then draw your sword.
Alors, c'est quoi qu'on va combattre?
What is that?
Oh, yeah.
It's the spirit!
See that? That's what you summoned. And look, now that Shingo's no use, it's coming straight for you.
Save me!
Miko! He fainted! What do we do now?
Oh, on le laisse tranquille. Laisse-les là.
We do nothing. But you, little one, just a quick fight and this will all be over.
Who's this? Ah, a fellow swordmaster. Come on, fight me!
He's coming! Be careful!
En vrai, le mec, ils sont cons, en vrai.
Let me scribe. My apologies. Yeah. By royal decree.
Et voilà le travail.
That was great! Excellent! Woo! What a rush! I haven't felt this great in a long, long time.
He disappeared! But he looked pretty content at the end there. Huh. Well, Paimon sure is confused. Do you know what that was all about?
Je crois comprendre dans les grandes lignes.
Ah, we can talk about it later. They're about to wake up.
What am I doing here? Yae? Yae, is that you?
Shingo, are you alright?
Yae, I had the weirdest dream. I dreamed that I wasn't a useless loser with a sword anymore. I even beat one of Domon's disciples. I thought we could finally open a dojo of our own now. But then I realized I couldn't control my own body. And there was this voice in my ear talking to me constantly. I was terrified and I wanted to take control of my body back, but I couldn't. And the voice kept talking about manliness.
Shingo, we shouldn't have made that wish. We summoned a spirit and it possessed you.
On a été con.
Yes, And had we not come to your rescue, your life would have been over before too much longer. Then the spirit would have haunted your brother until he died of fatigue too.
Thank you, Lady Guji. And thank you for your assistance, exorcism experts.
All right, take him to get some rest. He's very weak right now, having been possessed for quite a few days. He will experience a high fever, but it won't be fatal. Remember, this is the price you pay. At this point, I would normally lecture you on the dire consequences of using occult methods to obtain power that does not belong to you. But I think you get the picture now, don't you?
Yes, we understand now. We won't do it ever again.
Thank you, Lady Guji. Thank you, exorcists. We'll be on our way then. Come on, Shingo.
Miko, would they really have lost their lives if we hadn't gotten involved? And if so, why the heck were you so reluctant to help out?
Les nouveaux Winchesters.
Oh, they would have been fine. I had to scare them a little, though. Otherwise, I hardly think these two lazy rascals would have learned their lesson.
Bordel, c'est vrai que pendant 2 secondes, on aurait vraiment dit les frères Winchester.
You saw it all for yourselves. I'm sure you can figure out what kind of spirit had possessed him, can't you?
Ça peut être ça aussi. Si c'est vraiment ça, c'est cool dans ce cas-là. Une maîtrise de l'épée hors du commun. Mais il n'aime pas le tofu. Mais il n'aime pas le tofu.
Paimon's got it. It was an Oni.
Correct. Although it possessed Shingo, it didn't have any ill intentions. As a matter of fact, it actually seemed like it was trying to train Shingo to become bolder.
Il était donc de la même race que
But
Ito.
it seems like it had the opposite effect.
Tossing salt caused it to temporarily leave Shingo's body. Then, you exhausted its strength by fighting it, so it disappeared. Even if we'd done nothing at all, Shingo would have eventually become too weak for his body to host the spirit, and it would have left of its own accord. Of course, it would have been more stressful for Shingo and Yohei that way. Still, the experience may ultimately have been more effective than me scaring them into submission with a little exaggeration.
Whew. Well, the main thing is that nobody got hurt.
All right, seems like we've wrapped up everything here. Come on, off we go.
Hold on, Miko. You say everything's wrapped up, but are you sure about that?
You mean you disagree?
L'incantation qu'ils ont utilisée, ce fameux livre guide sur le spiritisme.
Oh, you mean that they got the incantation from that book? Yes, I know the one.
Actually, that book's the whole reason we came looking for you at the shrine today. Incantations seem really popular right now.
Human beings don't have powers like us yokai. It's quite understandable for them to be interested in incantations to summon the supernatural.
That's not the point. The problem is that the incantations in the book are actually capable of summoning spirits and stuff, and loads of people are trying it.
Even then, humans only have so much strength. Even if they do successfully summon a spirit with the incantation, it won't stay with them for very long. I really wouldn't fret about it.
But who wrote this book, and why? Don't we think there might be a bigger safety risk here?
Je crois que c'est elle qui l'a écrit. C'est un peu inquiétant. Si Miko dit que ça va, on ne devrait pas s'inquiéter.
Well, when you put it that way, she has been pretty trustworthy so far. She said from the beginning that it wasn't anything major. And so far, there hasn't been any big danger.
Lady Yae, I finally found you.
Kuroda, what are you doing here?
I'm here to report on Yae Publishing House's sales for the last month. All the numbers are here. Please, take a look.
Let me see. What? We're losing market share?
Yes. Overall bestseller, reader's favorite, and trending ranking. We're being beaten in all categories.
One book is topping the charts. It's called A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits.
Évidemment.
Both of you, back here now.
Et là maintenant, ça devient notre problème encore.
What is it? You have a really scary look on your face right now.
On va probablement trouver la personne à l'origine du livre.
Things just got serious. A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits is an all-round hit, summarily beating the novels of the Yae Publishing House by every analysis.
C'est ça que vous appelez une situation grave?
Just what is that supposed to mean? I worked extremely hard to promote our latest featured work, and now a rival book comes out of nowhere and steals our thunder. If this isn't the very definition of intolerable, I don't know what is. I have to come up with a counterplan, and you are going to help me.
Huh? How is this our problem all of a sudden?
Paimon, please. Who wrote this book and why? Don't we think there might be a bigger safety risk here? Oh, am I to take it that the safety of the people of Inazuma isn't so important in your eyes after all?
Wait, what just happened? Again, you technically have a point, but this feels all wrong.
Nothing's wrong, okay? Come on. We're going to war. I'm going to head back and make some preparations. Meet me outside the Yae Publishing House.
Eh ben, merde alors. Ah. Bon. On va peut-être avoir un nouveau donjon à aller explorer. Bah, un donjon d'événements, évidemment.
Here. So what's your plan of action to deal with this rival book?
Why don't you take a guess? I'll give you a hint. It's to do with the Yae Publishing House.
Oh, Paimon knows! Combine the reputation of the Yae Publishing House with the status of Guji Yae and tell everyone that the incantations in that book are dangerous!
Oh, wow. Your first guess and you got it absolutely...
Wrong.
Wrong.
Oh, la merde. Oh, le regard que je fais.
Yeah! Wait! Seriously? That wasn't it?
A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits is the hottest light novel right now. If we did as you suggested, we would effectively be advertising to everyone that the incantations are real. In bending over backwards trying to warn everyone about the dangers, all we would accomplish is to create more curious readers ready to try them out. Also, sales for the book would only increase further.
Okay, yeah, that would be pretty catastrophic. Oh, how about we confiscate all the copies?
Leaving aside the issue of the enormous manpower and resources such an operation would require, going to such lengths over a light novel would be extremely disruptive to the lives of Inazumans.
But that means there's nothing we can do.
Well, I've been thinking. I've read A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits. It has many other good qualities besides the incantations alone. The book contains many ancient kaiden, or tales of the supernatural, and is written in a very engaging way. That is why the book has become so popular. I think we're going to have a difficult time trying to rein in its popularity while it's the only work in its league on the market.
Vous avez pour idée de...
That's right. How do you get rid of the next big thing? You replace it with the next big thing.
Bon, ben, elle a l'idée de faire quelque chose de meilleur.
So what we're going to do is create Inazuma's newest hit novel. Smash our rivals' sales numbers and win our readers back. That is how Yae Miko wages war. Incidentally,
This will also be the best way to combat the influence of a first-hand guide to summoning spirits.
Wait, Miko. So you want us to write a novel?
En suis-je vraiment capable? Je n'ai jamais écrit de roman auparavant.
Well, becoming an accomplished novelist certainly isn't an overnight process. But let's not forget that I am the chief editor of the Yae Publishing House. I have my ways. I did say this is what we're going to do. I trust that the word teamwork is in your vocabulary. Anyway, there is a writer submission event going on at the moment. Start by talking to readers and finding out what they're into. When you have an idea of what the current trends are, come back and see me. I'll be at Uyu Restaurant. Find me there when you're done. I will assemble a team, and we can work while we eat.
The characters.
Non, ça va, elle a déjà... Dis-toi que Paimon a déjà, dans la version précédente, elle a déjà écrit une sorte de... Elle a inventé une histoire pour Keqing, en fait. Donc, c'était un peu trop tard. Rendez-vous à l'hôtel à contribution pour écouter ce que les lecteurs préfèrent.
The key to a successful light novel is having good illustrations. When to use illustrations, what they should contain. Good illustrations can make up... There's a saying that light novel... The illustrations in a first...
Excusez, je passe vite les dialogues parce que là ça devient un peu chiant, un peu long en fait. Donc là on en a un qui dit...
I'll be honest,
les belles
I read light novels for the cheap thrills.
Sensation forte,
In most traditional stories, by contrast, the protagonist is...
Sensation forte, belle illustration. Et toi, qu'est-ce que tu veux?
I've been reading light novels for a long time now. I'm mainly into big, ambitious fantasy works with an original core concept and good storytelling.
Ok. Roman fantastique, contexte original et une
These
bonne
days, though, everyone's... The only Not only is it a...
There's much more to light novels than Paimon
je suis
realized.
vraiment censé reconnaître toutes ces informations-là.
Let's go tell our findings to Yae Miko.
Puisqu'ils vont probablement être proposés dans les choix de réponse. Mais du coup, belle illustration, sensation forte, roman fantastique qui se passe avec une bonne histoire et un bon contexte.
Ah, there you are. Let me introduce the team. You've already met Junkichi and Shigeru. Shigeru is an experienced editor, and Junkichi is the author he's partnered with. Junkichi's working through a creative lull at the moment, but all his past works have been very popular with young people. He's developed a distinct and enduringly popular style. Satomi is Yae Publishing House's ace in the hole. Her specialty is that she can write all kinds of completely different stories and all under different pen names. As for what those names are, well, that's a trade secret. They will be teaming up with us to collectively create the novel that knocks a first-hand guide to summoning spirits off its perch. So, feeling better about my plan now?
Uh-huh. It definitely makes sense.
Now then, tell me what you found out about readers' preferences.
Vous répétez à Yae Miko les invités. Bon, ben, à quoi ça servait d'essayer de se rappeler de ça?
An original core concept, a fast pace, quality illustrations, and lots of action. This is the formula that will guarantee good sales numbers. More importantly than that, even though it's a work of fiction, we have to deliver a sense of realism.
Paimon followed pretty much all of that, but there's still one question. What are we actually gonna write about? For example, we know we need an original core concept, but how do we come up with one?
Before you can answer that question, you have to understand your target audience. Take A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits, for example. When I read it, all I find is common knowledge to the kitsune. But to the general public, it's bursting with new and interesting ideas. It all comes down to the size of the information gap between author and reader. As a traveler, there must be a great many things you know that are complete unknowns to the people of Inazuma. What is commonplace to you may be fresh and original to them.
Oh, right! So maybe we can take inspiration from our time in Mondstadt and Liyue. But that would make it a completely different genre than a first-hand guide to summoning spirits. Is that gonna be a problem?
Not at all. You don't have to worry so much about how to compete with that book. All you have to do is provide some interesting ideas based on your travel experiences. As long as the core content is interesting, my expert team here will be able to flesh out the details.
Alright, let's start with Chapter 1 then. What are you thinking?
Ok, d'accord, il faut que je choisisse en fait. Ok, attendez un peu. Oh, je n'étais pas préparé à ça. Voyage dans un autre monde. Rencontre avec un casse-croûte d'urgence. Voilà. Mais c'est sérieux? Mon ami barde qui aimait se la couler douce. Ouais. Je vais y aller pour le dragon et la grande aventure, ok?
This sounds like a great one! Let's see here. The protagonist arrives in Mondstadt for the first time to the sight of a dragon flying around and wreaking havoc on the city. With the help of some trusty companions, the protagonist successfully defeats the dragon. But then, the dragon suddenly turns into a beautiful young woman. Human, let us work together to build a better future. The love story between human and dragon begins today? Well, that was an unexpected development. What happened to the grand adventure?
Putain, le mec, il avait juste voulu se foutre de la gueule de Paimon. Oh mon... Grande aventure est le nom du personnage presque. Mais non, ils se foutent de notre gueule. Ils se foutent de notre gueule.
What? But that's so misleading.
Out of a maximum of 10 points, I'd give that a 9. The story certainly goes in an unorthodox direction, and the Dragon Girl sounds destined to be a hit character. Approved.
What the heck?
Good job, little one. You're not only drawing on your own experiences, but it seems you're filtering them through the lens of the kinds of light novels you've read in the past. I think you really understand what we're trying to do here. Thoughts from the experts? Are we able to work with this general framework to make an interesting story?
Yeah, we think it works. I tend to overcomplicate the core concept if I'm not careful, so this deals with that problem.
Boy.
That's good. Okay, we're done with Chapter 1. Let's move on to Chapter 2.
Won't that do for now?
Readers will devour your content a lot more quickly than you'd think. If we don't keep delivering the goods now we've caught their attention, all our hard work so far is in vain. Hurry, Chapter 2, let's go. Can't you see that Satomi is waiting?
What's wrong with you? You don't look so good.
Je ne sais pas quelle autre histoire raconter, c'est le vide total dans ma tête.
What a pity. I thought your beginner's luck would carry you a little further before it came to this. But alas, the time has come prematurely.
Before it came to what? What's happened?
The bane of our existence. Writer's block. It's your arch-nemesis for life, appearing without warning and inflicting a pain worse than death upon the writer. They sell their souls just to get their muse back.
Sounds awful!
When this happens, the best thing you can do is have a bite to eat and take a proper break. Boss, get me a plate of fried tofu, and get some kushikatsu for these two. Just the basic kind will do. Don't worry, this is my treat.
Your treat? Oh, wait a minute. Miko, we'll be getting paid for all the hard work we're doing, right?
Of course, everyone that takes part in the creative process will be paid.
Alright, cool. Then let's press on, shall we? Don't give up now, for the sake of our paycheck, get your brain going!
Ok, calme-toi, calme-toi, calme-toi. En parlant d'argent...
Ooh! Does this mean your inspirations come back?
Voyage à Liyue en compagnie du souverain de la roche. La fille rock'n'roll, je me suis transformé en élémentosaure. Pourquoi pas?
Let's see now. The protagonist arrives in Liyue and befriends a young man who doesn't have the money to pay for anything. Only later do we find out that this young man is none other than Rex Lapis himself. With the help of the Qixing and the protection of the Adepti, I am free to roam this vast realm. Is this the kind of cheap thrill that guy was talking about?
I give it a 9.8. The story is fun and action-packed with no dark undertones. Also, there are a great many legends about Rex Lapis. I'm sure it will spark the people's curiosity.
Une nouvelle légende de
I,
plus
for
pour
one,
attirer
think
plus
there's a
de
sizable
monde.
market for
Et
this.
voilà.
Approved.
Alright, well, let's just hope Zhongli doesn't mind.
Great. Well, now Satomi can get started on that.
Leave it to me, Lady Yae.
Let's write about Inazuma in the 3rd chapter, shall we? I can help with this one. We can use the Vision Hunt decree or your experience in the Resistance. Any ideas?
Mes débuts en tant que soldat dans l'armée de la Résistance. Adieu décret de saisie des livres. Non, c'est intolérable. Faisons abroder le décret de saisie. Si tu veux bien, je peux t'aider pour celui-ci. Le décret de saisie ou la résistance pourra servir de mat. Je pense que les gens d'Inazuma en savent pas mal sur le décret de saisie, donc je dirais que ils en savent peu sur la résistance, donc je dirais allez.
When the Vision Hunt decree comes out of nowhere, the protagonist joins the Resistance, starting out as an ordinary rank-and-file soldier. Find out how the protagonist goes on to make great contributions to the war effort, become best friends with the Resistance General, and get to know the Guji of the Grand Narukami Shrine, working together with everyone to finally secure a grand victory for the Resistance. Huh. It's surprisingly normal.
I think it's rather good. A lot of people still like the classic hero's journey, from ordinary soldier to great leader, a fresh take on a timeless classic. One thing, though. We'll need to rewrite the part about me giving you the omamori. Let's change it to... The mysterious Lady Kitsune teaches the protagonist a spell that can make their wishes come true. The protagonist uses this spell to defeat the Raiden Shogun in battle. That should do the trick.
Whoa. So we're really going head-to-head with our rival on this one, huh?
I suppose so. Once they're done writing the manuscript, I'll write the passage where the protagonist recites the incantation myself.
Are we done then? Do you really think this will be able to beat a first-hand guide to summoning spirits?
The content is fine. Now we just need to promote it. I will contact an artist to make some illustrations. I'm positive they will be at least as good as those in A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits. We'll also need an endorsement on a paper band around the book. I can get the wonderful Ms. Hina to write that. She runs a regular Q&A column in That's Life magazine. The people of Inazuma absolutely adore her. You're free to take a break while the creative team is doing their work, but please go by the Yae Publishing House at some point to commission Ms. Hina for that recommendation. Once our light novel is complete, let's meet at the writer's submission event.
Rendez-vous à la chambre Yae pour obtenir une recommandation. Je trouverais ça cool, par exemple, que ce qu'on est en train d'écrire, il y ait une sorte de progression au fur et à mesure qu'il va y avoir des nouvelles zones à explorer, genre par exemple comme Sumeru. Sumeru qui va être le territoire de l'Archon Dendro, ce qui va faire en sorte qu'on va peut-être avoir un 4e chapitre avec ce qui se passe à Sumeru, ensuite avec l'Archon Hydro, l'Archon Pyro, etc., etc. Une sorte de petite progression avec le livre en fait. Ça serait cool. Bon. On se rapproche de la fin
Miss Hina
de la
doesn't
mission.
usually do endorsements, but since it's Lady Guji that's asking, we'll see what we can do. With Miss Hina getting so popular lately, a lot of people have come to us hoping to do a collaboration. But Miss Hina's not interested in any of it. She still prefers to focus all her efforts on replying to readers' letters, and turns down every promotional opportunity she can. Maybe that's why her fans like her so much. I'm getting off topic here. Anyway, if we can get that endorsement from Miss Hina, you'll definitely get an exposure boost at the beginning. May your light novel sell well and set a new record for the Yae Publishing House.
We'll do our best.
Allez proposer le manuscrit. Bon. On va voir ce que ça va donner.
Are you sure you'd like to submit this entry? Let me see. The Miraculous Adventures of the Traveler by Thousand Hands.
What a strange pen name. Definitely your doing. Having been around you so much recently, Paimon's slowly starting to understand your unique tastes.
What do you mean, strange? It took a lot of work by a lot of different people to get this thing finished. Don't you think it's a very descriptive pen name?
We'll get this printed as a matter of priority and conduct trial sales in pilot locations throughout Inazuma. I'll announce the sales numbers in 3 days.
Uh-oh. Paimon's getting a little nervous now. Do you really think this is gonna work?
Notre équipe n'est composée que des meilleurs. Il n'y a que des pros parmi nous. Un peu vantard.
That's right. Be confident in your work. That's exactly how a light novelist should be.
Okay, then I'll sign you up. Please come back in 3 days for the results. Thank you all for your submission. I wish you the very best of luck.
Patienter pendant 3 jours. Attendez une minute. Vous avez remis le manuscrit de votre roman léger qui a été un effort collectif. Comment se porteront les ventes? Il n'y a pas grand-chose à faire pour l'instant à part attendre. Bon bah... on va forcer le destin. Hein? On passe la première journée. Évidemment. On passe la deuxième. Ah, ils ont rajouté une nouvelle ligne pour que tu puisses passer par-dessus la première journée en fait. Ah bah c'est bien. Et on y va pour la 3e journée. En espérant que ça fonctionne. Je vais replacer mon oreillette comme il faut. Bon bah les 3 jours sont passés.
Ah, you've all finally made it. Good news, everyone. I just received word that your light novel is flying off the shelves. Multiple sales locations are asking when we'll be printing more copies. This level of success is an amazing accomplishment for a new work. Most new books don't sell 30% of what you've sold. I have free copies for each of you here. Please take them. The payment will follow shortly, and I'll notify you to come and collect it when the time comes.
C'est bien beau tout ça, mais...
Oh yeah! The whole reason why we made this light novel was to combat the influence of a first-hand guide to summoning
Dis-le sur tous les toits aussi, hein.
We sold a lot of copies, but it doesn't feel like we accomplished our goal. How do we know whether it worked?
Oh, don't worry. The change is already underway. Shh. Listen to what the people around us are talking about. The conversation has already moved on,
Hey guys, have you heard about this latest Kaidan thing doing the rounds? You just need to recite the incantation from A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits at Midnight, and your wish will come true!
Oh, that? That's a throwback. That's old news, man. No one's talking about that anymore. The Secret Spells of Lady Kitsune is the new hit thing. I've already memorized all the incantations.
The Secret Spells of Lady Kitsune? What's that?
You haven't read it yet? Okay, so supposedly, if you recite the spell in there on a moonless night, you'll receive protection of the Kitsune and all the other powerful yokai.
Oh,
they can make any of your wishes come true. I heard that the incantations in A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits have weird side effects. This one guy wished for a load of mora and got it, but then one night it all turned to leaves and he developed a high fever. They actually had to use one of the secret spells of Lady Kitsune to get rid of the discomfort. That proves that the incantations in this book are more potent than the ones everyone was trying before. Pretty much everyone I know is desperate to try it out.
Really? Well, I better go and prepare too.
Well, feeling less worried now?
Wow, you're right! Everyone's shifting focus! But what's this moonless night that they're talking about? Hyman doesn't remember that detail from the brainstorming session.
This is something that will become very important to us further down the line. All right, it's time to move on to the next phase of the...
There's a phase 2?
Of course. Behind every book that hits the market lies an author, right?
Oh yeah, if we leave him to his own devices, he might just write another guide to summoning spirits. Also, we still need to figure out what his motive for writing it was.
Exactly. That's what we need to take care of next. Fortunately, I've already managed to identify the author. He's a failed light novelist named Tomoyuki. But when we went to ask him about it, he had no recollection whatsoever of having written the book. Yes, this is another case of possession. Only this time, whoever possessed him actively sought him out. After his novel submission failed, he was walking aimlessly in Araumi. In frustration, he shouted out, "Please, someone, anyone, help me write a truly amazing novel." After that, he lost consciousness.
But the spirit that wrote the book has already left him now, right? So what are we supposed to do?
Simple. It wrote a summoning incantation in the book, didn't it? So we can just use its own method to make it manifest itself. And you, my little friend, are the perfect candidate for this role.
Tout ça m'a l'air bien louche. Est-ce que j'ai encore le temps de faire marche arrière?
Oh, what are you talking about? The fun's just about to begin.
Rendez-vous au site de rituel d'invocation. Je veux quand même voir la couverture du livre. Je suis assez curieux. Ok, ça c'est le guide de pratique de spiritisme. Il y a littéralement des yokai dessinés sur la couverture du livre, c'est vraiment cool. Il y en a deux qui sont quand même assez populaires dans les légendes japonaises en plus. Mais non. Excusez-moi, si vous faites un énorme zoom sur ce livre, Paimon fait une JoJo pose en ce moment même. C'est pas croyable. C'est une histoire rocambolesque qui peut être assez déroutante au premier abord. et qui fait grandir l'émerveillement au fil des pages et lors de laquelle on se retrouve souvent à rire aux éclats. J'ai beaucoup aimé. Mademoiselle Ina. Elle fait une JoJo pose. Mais c'est incroyable. Oh, il est où lui? Ah. Bon, bah, allons le voir. Ou plutôt, allons la voir. Nouveau donjon, les amis. Nouveau donjon. Yes. Nouvelle place à explorer.
Miko, what is this place?
The ideal spot for a little meet and greet with a certain elusive author. This is the place where we are most likely to succeed in summoning the spirit.
Really? But it feels so eerie here.
That seems rather fitting, considering that we are dealing with the spirits of the deceased here. What are you so afraid of, honestly? We're finally about to meet the true author of a first-hand guide to summoning spirits. Aren't you excited?
Paimon's heart is pounding, but Paimon's pretty sure it's not because of excitement.
Come on, in we go.
Let's go.
Hey, wait up! Ooh, Paimon's scared. Stay close, bud.
T'as été à d'autres places encore plus lugubres que ça, je te signale. Oh, par contre, ça a l'air vraiment intéressant, le côté lugubre, le côté un peu manoir sur l'image. Ça va être intéressant. Et en plus de ça, on va pouvoir incarner Yae Miko pour cette partie de l'histoire. Oh yes. Yes. Let's go. On va aller faire du dégât.
What a weird painting.
Oh.
Miko, do you know what it's supposed to show?
Probably a scene from ancient Inazuma.
It's a good piece of artwork and all, but it's also kinda eerie. So it's a bit scary. Looks like the artist signed their name.
Rakusai.
Rakusai? It's not very clear.
Let's go inside and take a look.
It's my lucky day.
Oh, bonjour. Vous allez bien?
Shadows of fate!
Gather!
Fate is upon you!
Allez.
Right now. Right here. Right now.
C'est qu'elle fait des dégâts, Yae Miko en plus. Je peux seulement imaginer. Attendez. Donc ouais, donc c'est ça. Donc déjà, elle a l'arme. Elle a son arme principale, techniquement. Et au niveau des artefacts, c'est tout du morceau de set royal en fait. Ok. Sauf que, ok, ils l'ont seulement mis à 3 constellations par contre. Ce qui veut dire que, ouais non c'est ça. C'est parce qu'en fait, elle a besoin d'un certain set spécifique pour pouvoir faire certaines attaques et aussi avoir de la recharge énergétique. Mais après un certain nombre de constellations, elle n'a pas besoin d'un certain set en particulier. Ok. Bon, bah non, ça fait plus de coffres pour moi.
Wow, this place is huge. Hey, is that a mirror? There's a really weird-looking stool as well. Wonder before.
Ah, I see. Huh. This setup is quite handy. Saves me a lot of work. All right, go and take a look around. There should be a mechanism somewhere that makes the whole room move.
Oh! Il y a des choses de l'autre côté du miroir qui sont et qui ne sont pas de mon côté. Oh, ça c'est intéressant par contre. Oh, oh, il y a de la bouffe. On laisse pas la bouffe. Rappelez-vous, la bouffe c'est sacré. La lanterne bouge, commence à bouger lentement. Ok. Ça prend peut-être un élément électro pour ça. En effet. Attendez, je crois que j'ai peut-être fait une gaffe. Est-ce que j'ai fait une gaffe? Ah ok, il y a un trou, on peut passer par là. Ok. Ah, bonjour.
Let me scrub. Whirling snow.
Ah ouais, ok, non, c'est le monde à l'envers en fait. What? Attendez, il y a des trucs que je comprends vraiment pas du tout en fait. Bonjour.
Written in the stars.
Solidify. This is order.
Take flight. Kamisato art. Sometsu. Emerge. I'm always watching. Right now.
20 000 de dégâts quand même. Ça c'est seulement sa capacité spéciale. Hein. C'est pas son attaque ultime. Ok. Techniquement ça serait censé nous faire remonter, mais je veux quand même faire un peu plus d'exploration.
Let's get down to business. Emerge. Right here. Delve into destiny.
Solidify.
En vrai, Yae Miko va être juste parfaite pour ma team en fait. Ça va être vraiment cool. Je sens que je vais apprécier. Bonjour. On refait toujours les découvertes.
Let me scry. Odds reveal button. Emerge. Right now. Emerge.
Incroyable. Je suis sans voix en vrai. Faudrait vous imaginer quand je vais aller la chercher avec les vœux en plus. Ouf.
Order guide you. Solidify.
Shadows of fate. My apologies.
Ok, c'est bloqué. Je peux pas ouvrir les portes. Ah, ben voilà. Oh, alors un petit code. Bon, ben je suppose que c'était plus une zone à exploration que... Oh, ouais. Et en plus, on a la dernière pièce maîtresse. Là, on va pouvoir tous les activer un par un. Ah, lui, c'est pas activé par contre. Nice.
Whoa.
Ooh.
It's that painting we just saw. It's turning this way along with the whole wall. It's getting eerier and scarier. What is this place?
Merci beaucoup. Là, ça va être intéressant par contre parce qu'on va pouvoir plonger de l'autre côté du miroir.
Okay. Next, I will show you a secret kitsune spell. This painting is a swift summoning medium, which means I'll be able to skip many of the more tedious steps. The murky mirror reflects the view of Inazuma in a bygone age. Spirits stirred by the sight of the past will be easily drawn to it. You're up next, little one. Come on, sit yourself down here.
Vous ne comptez tout de même pas... Attendez.
Yes. The whole point of a summoning ritual is for a dead person's spirit to possess a living person's body.
Je vois.
You saw what happened to that Oni samurai spirit. After leaving the host's body, he was only able to maintain his form for a very short time before disappearing.
Are we positive that summoning a spirit to possess the traveler isn't gonna have any lasting negative consequences?
Oh, you really care about the little one quite a lot, don't you? I'm a little jealous. I wish my friends were caring like that. Anyway, are you scared, little friend? Don't you worry now, it'll be over soon. Just think of it like having a dream.
Qu'est-ce que je dois faire?
Sit on the chair, stare at the painting, and relax your body and mind. Try and be natural. There's really no need to be nervous.
It's like he's sitting inside the painting. Huh? Is Paimon seeing things? Did the painting just move?
Recite the incantation in your heart, little one. Also, you'll need to have some intense thoughts going through your head. A wish, for example. Now, what kind of wish do we think it would take to summon forth the author of A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits? Anyone?
Probably something to do with writing?
Very good. The wish needs to be heartfelt, though, so let me help add a little realism to the equation. The book is selling exceptionally well, Traveler, but we're going to need an outline for Chapter 4 as soon as humanly possible. When is the earliest that you can turn it in by?
Y a-t-il quelqu'un pour m'aider à écrire le 4e chapitre?
The painting is moving again! What the...
Oh. Oh. Ouh, ça c'est bizarre. Oh, une cinématique. Non, même pas.
I never thought the day would come when I'd be summoned using my own ritual. Getting a taste of my own medicine. What have we here? Another budding writer? What's come over you all? Why is everyone wishing for help with their writing?
L'esprit en a marre de se faire dire, je vais avoir un meilleur livre.
We got you! So you're the one who wrote A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits. What are you trying to do, Why'd you put that summoning incantation in the book, huh? What's your game here?
Huh? What's this? Oh, I see. No wonder this felt so familiar. I've walked right into your trap, haven't I?
Yae Miko.
You ask me what my game is here? Well, of course. It was to use this incantation as a means for all the souls of the departed yokai to make their glorious return to the world and plunge all of Inazuma into a brutal, bloody war.
What? Paimon knew it! You had an evil plan all along!
Oh, did you now? Then how naive of you to let me possess this body so easily. I sense, yes, great power within him. Good. Good! With this power, no one shall be able to stand in my way!
Wake up! Quick! Wake up! We gotta stop him!
It is futile. You shall never wake him again. This body now belongs to me!
Mais qu'allons-nous faire?
Wake up! Don't let him take your mind! Miko, think of something! Miko!
Comment je m'y attendais tellement en plus. Puis il va être comme... Quoi?
You're laughing?
Oh, Rakusai, you haven't changed a bit. You caught on so quickly. Too perfect.
Well, you made the face enough times that I couldn't exactly miss the hint. This is what you were going for, yes? Never one to stand on the sidelines of a good spectacle, are you? Always got to dive in and fan the flames, ah, you mischievous little kitsune, you. Look what you've done to this little flying one here. Oh, poor thing scared witless.
You were having plenty of fun playing the bad guy a moment ago. Now you're trying to blame it all on me?
Rakusai? Miko, you guys know each other?
Yes, we do. Of course we do.
Allow me to formally introduce the author of A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits, Urakusai. No, wait. To be more accurate, it's Urakusai's memory.
Memory? But isn't he a spirit?
Ah, spirits, memories. They're just different words to describe the same thing. Something that comes from the ley lines.
Do you remember that recent incident when the Rift Hounds were gnawing at the sacred Sakura's roots? You witnessed human memories leaking from the ley lines, didn't you? Well, since there are human memories, of course there are going to be yokai memories too. In life, yokai possess supernatural powers, and even when they are a shadow of their former selves from a bygone era, they still have the ability to control whether they are visible or not. Typically, yokai memories survive longer in the world than those of humans.
Indeed, indeed. I was wandering around the sacred Sakura's roots when I suddenly heard someone yelling, "Please, someone, anyone, help me write a truly amazing novel." It piqued my curiosity, so I popped inside his body and wrote a novel for him.
So that's how it happened. But why did you include a summoning incantation in the novel?
Oh, little one. Not to toot my own horn here, but when I was alive, I wasn't just another kitsune, no. I was a mighty and powerful daioko. The memories of other yokai can't possess human bodies at will like I can. But with this incantation, they can go one last little joyride in the world for a couple of days. Anything they're still itching to do, they can go and get it done.
But...
She's trying to say that all the commotion this causes is likely to be a great disturbance to the humans.
Disturbance? I guess you mean that we might leave them with some broken dreams after we leave, hmm? Oh, yes. And they might have a fever or whatever. But you know, I actually think that the most admirable thing about human beings is the way that they go out and shape their fate with their own two hands, given that they're not born blessed with the same powers that we enjoy. As for those who would rather draw on external power than seek to improve themselves, it's quite right that they learn their lesson eventually. So when you think about it, we're actually doing the humans a big favor. Miko, you agree, don't you?
Yes, that's what I thought too.
All right then. You finally convinced Paimon. You guys were right.
What are you scared of, little one? Don't be deceived by her day-to-day antics. Miko is actually one of the most powerful yokai out there.
Not only that, Urakusai, but my latest work has beaten that book you wrote, A First-Hand Guide to Summoning Spirits, to become the most popular in Inazuma.
Of course. You were never one to make extra work for yourself where you can help it. And yet you went to all these lengths to find my painting room, and even took the trouble to summon me. I knew you must have some ulterior... Always the one to pick a quarrel with me when we all used to gather around and share stories. All right. You win, I lose. Happy now?
Ha! I finally get to hear you say it centuries later. Ooh, I must say it feels good.
I remember when you were just a little girl, always hanging off my shoulders. A few 100 years later, and you're all grown up.
Oh, Urakusai, how much time do you have left?
Not much. That goes for all of us, actually. We've all got to go back where we came from in the end. Everyone's quite content in many ways, but they still can't help but ask, are we ever going to have another Hyakyako?
Don't you worry about that, Urakusai. Arrangements are being made. When my bell rings, it means the moonless night is upon us.
Great. Wonderful. Fantastic. Miko, it's been nice catching up. But I'd better conserve my energy if I want to stick it out until then.
Un peu sur l'histoire de...
I'll be on my way now.
Byakuyakoku,
all right. Goodbye then, Urakusai.
Ou Enkanomiya, comme il
One
l'appelle
last
aujourd'hui.
thing, Miko. I just want to know, have you been well all these years?
I've been great, of course. Every day is a happy one. Especially these days. Not only do I have my light novels, but I've also met these two delightfully nosy outlanders. And even A is finally starting to come to her senses. Quite a miracle, given how pig-headed she can be.
Oh, well, great. That's fantastic.
Urakusai, you'd be right at home in this era. A great storyteller and artist like yourself would be the Yae Publishing House's ace in the hole. And I would personally be hounding you over your next installment.
He disappeared. Are you awake? How are you feeling?
Are you all there? Here, like last time, repeat after me.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, you beat me to it. Looks like your brain is intact. So, your first possession, What was it like?
Mes souvenirs sont assez clairs.
Good. Saves me from having to explain everything again. Hearing Urakusai admit defeat has put me in the most wonderful mood. In return, it's only fair that we make sure to deliver on what they're all hoping for.
Vous voulez organiser un nouveau Yakiyaku?
Yes, though they only represent a tiny proportion of the memories in the ley lines, it will still be quite a sight to behold when the time comes. Since you've come this far, why don't you do one last thing for me, I'll need your help with the ritual.
You cannot be serious, Miko! After all that, you still have more errands for us? You guys teamed up to scare Paimon just now. If you think Paimon's gonna do anything you ask for, think again!
Aw, come on. I'm really only asking you to finish what you started. Besides, Your paychecks are still in my hands.
Paimon paycheck?
Ma paye?
Well, there's no way out now. We're in too deep.
Paimon, c'est vraiment genre bouffe, bouffe, bouffe et money, money, money. Ok. Bon, je crois qu'on a tout.
Eh ben, ça aurait été quelque chose.
Bordel. Du coup, après tout ça, il n'y aura pas juste... Il va avoir le... On va aller tirer quelques vœux après ça. Mais de toute façon, je sens que c'est la fin du... Je sens que c'est la fin de l'histoire de Yae Miko pour le moment. On fait juste lui parler. Et je pense qu'on va avoir fini avec elle. Et ensuite, on va pouvoir se concentrer sur le principal sujet concernant cette 2.5.
Well, hello there, my little helpers. So nice of you to join me. You're right on time, too.
As if we had a choice. We just want our paychecks.
Évidemment.
So, Miko, what exactly do we have to do to make this Hyakuyaku happen? Also, to be clear, we actually have no idea what it even means.
It might sound ominous, but to put it simply, the Hyakuyaku is just a gathering of the yokai. Back in the day at yokai gatherings, once everyone had had plenty to drink, one by one they'd start soaring into the sky with their yokai powers. There were so many of them that their silhouettes would block out the moon. But now, the yokai memories that leak from the ley lines are weak. They are no longer able to fly. So I will be performing a convocation ritual for them, gathering all the wandering memories together in one place. When the time comes, they will gather in the sky above the Grand Narukami Shrine. Once their energy is spent, they will be satisfied and return to where they belong. All the preparations for the ritual have actually been made well in advance. Remember the incantation and the mention of moonless night that I added to our novel?
Oh, yeah! Something about reciting the secret spells of Lady Kitsune on a moonless night.
That's the one. Actually, it's not a wish-granting incantation at all. It's a spell to help calm the ley line memories. When that time comes, let's all pitch in and help send them on their way.
Que dois-je faire?
I will start the ritual preparations shortly, and at that time, I need you to do two things. First, tell the shrine maidens to leave the mountain. During the Hyakuyaku, a whole swarm of yokai memories will be hanging around in the air above the Grand Narukami Shrine. Having the shrine maidens leave avoids the bothersome issue of someone potentially getting possessed. After that, I will commence the ritual, and the memories will begin to congregate. This will take some time. I need you at the foot of Mount Yoko during this part to keep an eye on nearby monster activity. The memories are normally dispersed and don't pose a threat, but when their energy is concentrated, it is likely to disturb the monsters. They may see this as an opportunity to try and make it up the mountain. I need you to fend them off so that that doesn't happen.
All right, got it. Then what?
Well, if at that point you felt like coming to the shrine and getting a close-up view of the yokai, I wouldn't say no.
Okay, let's get going.
Oh, ça m'intéresse, ça, par contre. Demander aux prêtresses de quitter temporairement. Oh, ok, non, là je viens de rentrer dans un truc qui n'a aucun rapport avec le truc d'histoire en fait. Vous avez tenu un bâtonnet. Ouvrez-le sans tarder. Pas utiliser le portique pour... Non, ce n'est pas ça non plus. Qu'est-ce que je suis censé déjà dire? Les omikuji sont la manifestation de la volonté de notre archon. Il est de notre devoir de mortel de la respecter et de faire de notre mieux. Vous voyez, c'est écrit noir sur blanc. Les omikuji, c'est seulement un par jour, compris? Voyons voir. C'est écrit grande fortune. On dirait que c'est mon jour de chance. Le tien? Oui, si tu as de la chance, j'ai de la chance. Et vice versa, j'ai de la... D'accord. Jour de chance pour Paimon. Ah, c'était ça le truc de jour de chance pour Paimon. D'accord. Ok. Bon, déjà on va commencer par elle.
Descend the mountain? Are those Lady Kuji's orders?
Yep. Miko said the ritual she's gonna perform.
I see.
We'll be taking care of a couple other...
It seems like Lady Kuji's never allowed anyone else to be in a... Thank you for helping.
Don't worry.
Pour qu'elle descende plus vite en fait.
Miko's about to start the ritual. Come on, let's go deal with the monsters down the mountain.
Par contre, je veux voir, c'est quoi le succès que j'ai gagné? Tirer un présage de grande fortune au sanctuaire de Narukami. Bon bah ok, apparemment j'ai gagné un truc. Bon. Ok, donc c'est ça. Rendez-vous sur la route principale au pied du mont Yogo. Donc là on va aller tabasser du monstre. Et on aura ensuite la chance de possiblement voir les yokai.
The insolent shall be punished.
Solidify!
Delve into death. Whirling snap by royal decree.
Ah, c'était le porteur.
Winter shall eventually come.
Okay. Bon, elle m'a dit de rendre au pied. Bon. À la tombée de la nuit, les monstres se rassemblent lentement dans cette zone.
Monsters look really riled up.
Débarrassons-nous d'eux pour Miko.
Yep. Let's get rid of them as fast as we can. All right, here they come.
Bon bah, let's go, hein.
Solidify! I will have order!
Shadows of fate! Fate is upon you! My apologies! Embrace the ice!
Gather!
Delve into death! Take flight! Yeah! Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Solidify!
Let me scry! Oz, reveal!
Order guide you! Gather!
Solidify! Oh, je l'imagine dans le lit. Solidify!
There's so many of them! Come on,
provoque lui-même son...
Decided by destiny. Delve into destiny. My apologies. Kamisato art. Sumen. By royal decree.
Show me what you've got. Get the fairy.
Take flight.
Gather.
Alright, that's the last of the monsters.
Et voilà.
How far along do you think the ritual is?
Il sera aussi long qu'il le faudra, Paimon. Ne chiale pas trop. Je commence à avoir les doigts un peu gelés en ce moment, c'est pas agréable. Oh.
So many! They're everywhere! Huh?
Yes, the memories of the yokai. They haven't been able to relax and soar through the air like this for a long time. Come with me. You all right, little one? You look a little nervous.
It's just, Hyman's never seen anything like this before. Whoa, they've really blocked out the moon!
It does look a little intimidating, doesn't it? But I know them. They may be loud and brash at times, but they are good and brave souls. Even after losing their lives in a brutal war, they have never given in to grief or despair. Alas, their time is short. Feasts come to an end. Since you're sorry to see them leave, why don't you do the recital along with me? O Hakushin, cause of this enchantment, in reverence I perform this rite.
In reverence I perform this rite.
To be a guiding light.
Recite the secret spells of Lady Kitsune tonight, and our wishes will come true.
O Hakushin, cause of this enchantment.
I perform this rite to be a guiding light.
Your unrivaled power will be honored eternally.
Kusai, you asked if I was doing well. Really, every day is a happy day for me. But watching you all leave now, I can't help but feel a little lonely. Just a little, of course. Just as I thought, the ritual went very smoothly. Thank you both.
En vrai, MiHoYo se surpasse de plus en plus avec leur cinématique, c'est vraiment cool. Inokami Kagura. J'ai pensé à la même chose en plus quand j'ai vu le cercle qu'elle a formé pour pouvoir faire sa danse. J'ai pensé à la même chose. La danse du père de Tanjiro dans Kimetsu no Yaiba. J'ai pensé à la même affaire.
Oh, I'm great.
The look on your face just now.
I'm fine, seriously. Really, No. Honestly, you two.
Miko.
Fine. Well, if you're dead set on doing something for me, you can treat me to a meal.
Sure, no problem. A meal it is.
C'est décidé.
Okay. Well, see you soon then.
attendez la date convenue, le lendemain. Bon, bah, faut que je refasse encore... Attendez, mais... Le lendemain, là, c'est... Parce que là, techniquement, il est 2 heures présentement dans le jeu. Est-ce qu'il faut que je le mette à... Là ou... Non, mais je vais... Bon, bah, je vais le mettre à 11h49, hein.
Today is the day we agreed to treat Miko to a meal. The
Là, on s'en va directement. C'est la dernière ligne droite de l'histoire de Yae Miko, mesdames et messieurs. Et Cryptide aussi. Bon.
Oh, wait is unbearable. How is the next chapter of the miraculous adventures of the traveler not released yet?
It was quite a surprise when the moonless night finally came.
Yeah, that huge black cloud over Mount Yogo that night.
But then nothing happened after I made a wish using the method in that...
Yeah... I guess light novels are just
That night was definitely the nail in the coffin for the incantations from novels fad. Still, something tells me the miraculous adventures of the traveler will remain an interesting series for a long time to come.
Huh? Paimon can't see Miko anywhere. Guess she's not out here. Maybe she went in...
Satisfy my taste buds.
Ah, my little friends. There you are.
Miko, what is this? You started eating without us?
I did, yes. You're paying, after all. The thought of being able to eat the most expensive dishes and drink the finest sake, all for absolutely free.
C'est pas gêné, hein?
Oh, I just couldn't wait any longer. Ah, boss, see these two faces here? Remember them. They're the ones picking up the bill later.
Alrighty.
Eh merde. On s'est foutu dans une merde pas possible.
What's gotten into you? Come on, sit yourselves down. You have to try this fish. It's found exclusively in the waters around Seirai Island. They shipped it to Inazuma overnight, and it was still alive right up until I ordered it. Or maybe you'd rather try this? I know. I normally can't bring myself to drink sake this expensive either. If you don't drink alcohol, that's fine too. There are all kinds of fruit juices covering the whole price spectrum.
Putain, on est encore pris pour des enfants encore une fois.
Miko, you are outrageous! Last time we were here working on the novel, all you ordered for us was the plainest kushikatsu!
Strange. I remember no such thing.
Il n'y avait que des brochettes et du tofu frit, c'est tout.
Oh, so what? You did offer to treat me to a meal, didn't you? Anyway, I am something of a VIP, you know. Wouldn't you find it embarrassing to treat me anything short of lavishly?
Miko, this meal is going to be super expensive! Aren't you afraid we won't be able to afford it?
Oh, don't you worry about that. You can most definitely afford it. They're still printing your light novel by the batch, you know. You have quite the generous payment due.
Of course. Le roman va amener énormément d'argent et voilà.
Darn it! She tricked us into this! Miko was after our Mora from the very beginning!
On s'est fait avoir.
Oh, the looks on your faces right now. Too perfect. Oh, by the way, Since nobody's wishes came true on the moonless night, novels with incantations are no longer in vogue. So you'll have to come up with something new for the next chapter of The Miraculous Adventures of the Traveler.
Oh, ça va, on s'en va
The
sous numéro.
deadline
On
is
va t'en trouver d'autres.
looming. I'm counting on you.
Et voilà, nous avons terminé l'histoire avec Yae Miko. Ah, et merde.
Thank you for the meal. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Oh, did I mention? A saw that convocation ritual we performed. I know she can be pig-headed, but it still took me by surprise when she wrote me a long and sternly worded letter about it.
C'est le bouchon beaucoup trop loin.
I hardly see what all the fuss is about.
Bon, on va sortir d'ici, hein. Et ben voilà, c'était les deux histoires de la version 2.5. Donc déjà, pour le moment, c'est que le début de la 2.5, puisqu'il y a d'autres événements et d'autres activités qui vont venir plus tard dans le jeu. Et on va avoir le droit à plus que ça c'est sûr. Il va y avoir un événement pour concernant Ankanomiya, évidemment. Il va y avoir du stuff. Il va y avoir énormément de stuff. Il y a les nouveaux ennemis aussi qui sont censés arriver. Mais ça, je pense qu'ils vont arriver dans la 2.6. Non, c'est dans la 2.5. C'est la 2.5. Mais je sais pas où exactement. On va le savoir. Là, pour le moment, il est présentement 2h21 du matin. Heure du Québec, évidemment. Et il ne reste que 1h30 environ avant que les quêtes quotidiennes ne se réinitialisent en fait. Du coup, c'est pas si grave. On va aller chercher les nouveaux vœux. Les nouveaux vœux qu'on peut se prendre.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share memory?
C'est le moment. C'est le moment qu'on attendait tous. Il est l'heure de faire des vœux. Oh, bon sang. Oh, bon sang, bon sang. Ok. Alors, sachant que le personnage de Yae Miko, elle va être là pour les 20 prochains jours. Donc, si vous avez des vœux à dépenser, si vous voulez le personnage, si vous aimez la manière de comment elle se joue, ses capacités, etc., vous avez présentement 20 jours pour aller la chercher. Parce que d'ici les 20 prochains jours, une fois qu'elle passe, c'est la rerun de Raiden Shogun et de Kokomi qui vont revenir dans les 20 prochains jours. Alors, du coup, ce que j'espère essayer de réussir à avoir, c'est au moins, bon, clairement j'ai Yae Miko une fois, c'est sûr. Possiblement. Mais ce que je peux essayer de faire, c'est d'aller chercher au moins sa première constellation. Et si j'arrive à avoir sa première constellation, je vais me concentrer sur la bannière d'armes. Maintenant, je vais commencer avec les 8 vœux qui sont solo. Je ne vais pas faire un 10 vœux comme ça dans le tas en ayant juste 8 vœux comme ça. Hein. On va faire les 8 premiers vœux. Parce que là, présentement, sur mon compte de vœux en historique, j'en ai pour à peu près 70 environ. 72. 72 de déjà calculés dans l'historique. Donc mon prochain 5 étoiles, il va déjà être présent. C'est parti, mesdames et messieurs. Le premier vœu. Évidemment, c'est un bleu. Il n'y a pas grand chose à dire. Le prochain. Et c'est toujours du bleu pour le moment. Mais ça ne devrait tarder. Vu qu'on est quand même proche du 80. Du 80 vœux de dépenser en fait. Et oh, c'est le doré, mesdames et messieurs. Alors? C'est mon nom! Oh merde! Oh merde! Quoique, je suis quand même content. Je vais pas chier sur le fait que j'ai eu Mona. Parce que là, ça me fait 2 constellations pour Mona, vu que je l'utilise quand même énormément. Mais, là, ça veut dire qu'il va falloir que je me force pour avoir Yae Miko, par contre. Le truc est que c'est sûr à 100% que je vais avoir Yae Miko en tant que prochain personnage 5 étoiles. C'est sûr et certain. C'est sûr. Il me reste un vœu avant de passer au pack de 10 vœux que je vais dépenser direct. Pour l'instant, ça va. On est tranquille, on est tranquille. 70 vœux à dépenser direct. Moan. Très drôle. Ok. Premier 10 vœux. C'est parti. Qu'est-ce qu'on va avoir cette fois? Et on a une constellation de Thomas. D'accord. Pourquoi pas? Et on a Fischl. Fischl qu'on a déjà eu en fait. C'est un peu décevant. Mais c'est pas trop mal. C'est pas trop mal. En vrai, je vais jamais en fait comprendre un truc. Comment est-ce que les gens peuvent être chanceux, lucky à ce point-là, pour avoir genre un 5 étoiles, 2 4 étoiles, etc., etc. Mais bon, bref. Passons à la suite. Prochain 10 vœux. Ok. Voyons voir. Ah, j'ai reçu un message sur Discord. Qu'est-ce donc? Ah. T'avais pas eu un 4 étoiles? Ah bah ouais. Et c'est l'espadon de Favonius, mesdames. C'est... Genre... Je vais pas m'attarder sur les détails. Et voilà, bon. Ok. Prochain 10 vœux, c'est parti. 4 étoiles, encore une fois. Et on additionne les merdes. Ça suffit là. Arrêtez de nous donner encore des personnages comme ça là. Ça suffit. Ça suffit, s'il vous plaît. Prochain 10 vœux. Let's go. 4 étoiles. Et c'est une constellation de Thomas de plus, encore une fois. Bon, on va avoir des petites piécettes pour aller chercher plus de vœux, au moins, c'est déjà ça, hein, c'est pas mal. Il nous reste 30 vœux. On a encore une chance. espadon rituel. D'accord. On aura tout vu. Les 2 dernières piges sont pas les meilleures à date. Il me reste plus que 20 vœux. On y va pour les 20 derniers. Et c'est encore un 4 étoiles. Et c'est encore Fischl qui nous vient rendre visite. Bah, ça nous donne 5 piécettes de plus, donc un vœu en plus. C'est quand même pas mal. Ok. Dernier 10 vœux. Et c'est du 4 étoiles. Ok. Donc là, présentement, on a peut-être une chance d'aller chercher d'autres vœux par la suite. Ça reste à savoir si on va en avoir assez pour pouvoir aller chercher un autre 5 étoiles. Le prochain 5 étoiles, en fait. Et c'est encore Thomas. Et pourtant, je n'utilise pas Thomas. C'est ça le problème. Même Diona. Je veux dire Diona, je l'utilise même pas non plus. Bon. Voilà qui est assez décevant. Ok. Là, premièrement, je vais aller chercher les récompenses qui sont données sur certaines places. On va aller augmenter le nombre de constellations de Thomas, puisque ce gars-là, il en a eu 5 constellations. Il en manque juste une. Ok, d'accord. Donc on a ça. Attends, il y a quelqu'un? Ah oui, c'est vrai, Mona. C'est quoi sa deuxième constellation déjà? Les attaques normales ont 20% de chance d'être suivies par une attaque chargée. Oh, mais c'est juste parfait! J'ai même plus besoin de faire des attaques chargées manuellement. Ça va être des attaques chargées automatiques. Oh, mais c'est parfait! Mais oui! Mais quoi de mieux? Ok. Là maintenant, c'est l'heure de faire des échanges. On a le droit à 7 vœux. On a le droit à 7 vœux de plus. Et ce qui est cool, c'est que dans 13 jours, donc 7 jours avant la fin de la bannière, on va avoir le droit aux deux autres vœux en rabais. Et on a en masse de piécettes pour aller les en chercher. Comme le dirait Jamel, ça va être bien. Ça va être très bien même. Allez, on se fait les 7 derniers vœux. On se fait les 7 derniers vœux pour ce soir. Si je ne l'ai pas avec ces 7 vœux, je vais au moins l'avoir avec les vœux que je vais obtenir pendant les prochains événements. Et peut-être ceux qui vont se trouver à la boutique dans 2 semaines. Premier vœu. C'est un vœu. Deuxième vœu. C'est encore un bleu. Troisième vœu. C'est encore un bleu. Et on y va pour le quatrième. Et c'est un bleu. Cinquième. Et c'est un 4 étoiles. Thomas. Et c'est un arc à flèche, l'arc rituel. Mais. Ensuite, l'avant-dernier. Et c'est le dernier. Bon. Bah écoutez, c'était pas fameux. Je suis un peu dépité. Je suis un peu dépité en vrai. Mais, une chose est sûre, c'est que là ça fait quoi? Je crois que c'était dans les 8 premiers vœux que j'ai dépensé. Oui, c'est ça. C'est dans les 8 premiers vœux que j'ai dépensés que j'ai eu Mona. Ce qui veut dire que présentement, j'en ai dépensé quelque part autour de 80 vœux. Ce qui fait que d'ici les 10 prochains vœux, j'ai officiellement, automatiquement, Yae Miko. Ce qui est une bonne chose. Par contre, on oublie le fait que je vais avoir sa première constellation et on oublie le fait que je vais aller chercher son arme 5 étoiles. Ce qui veut dire que je vais aller chercher l'arme 4 étoiles qui va probablement lui être plus utile, qui va être dans l'événement d'Onkanomiya. Mais le plus important pour l'activité qui vont suivre par après. Donc là, pour le moment, ben, je vais aller faire des donjons. Je vais aller chercher du stuff qui vont probablement m'être utile pour Yae Miko. Parce que là, il faut vraiment que je dépense du... faut absolument que je dépense de la résine. Mais du coup, je sais pas qu'est-ce que Yae Miko a de besoin en fait pour augmenter le niveau par contre. Ça, il faudrait que je le sache par contre. Je vais faire une petite recherche rapidos, juste pour savoir quels sont les principaux matériaux que Yae Miko a de besoin pour monter de niveau. Genre, je pense, exemple, voyons voir. Et mon foutu clavier qui veut pas écrire, c'est super. Ok. Yae Miko. Ok. Ouais, donc là, officiellement, c'est devenu un boss fight, en fait. C'est devenu un boss fight. Ah, mais c'est ça, dans le fond, c'est probablement ces objets-là qui vont me demander pour augmenter, pour faire monter Yae Miko, en fait. Matériel. On va chercher au niveau des matériels. Matériel d'ascension. Et ça a été sorti. Quand est-ce que c'est sorti ce... Ah, d'accord. Ok. Ce sont ces monstres-là qu'il faut combattre, en fait. Ok, c'est ceux qui se trouvent à Onkanomiya, en fait. Non. C'est tout du stuff qui ont été publiés il y a une semaine, en fait. Et encore, je me suis répété pour la 3e fois le même foutu mot. Allez, vas-y. Super. Ok, matériel d'ascension, s'il vous plaît. Ah, d'accord. Il y a du... Ah, bah, il y a des vidéos qui sont sorties pour donner une idée de ce qu'on a de besoin. Par contre, pas de son, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Déjà, c'est comme ça. Où est-ce que je veux aller? Ok. Donc c'est ça, donc il faut... Donc pour faire monter Yae Miko, apparemment il faut les petites plantes aquatiques qui se trouvent dans Inazuma. C'est-à-dire, si je regarde dans mon inventaire, ce sont ces plantes aquatiques-là. Ça prend ces plantes-là pour faire monter Yae Miko. Ensuite, qu'est-ce que ça prend de plus? Ouais, ok, ça prend la... Ben, ça, les parchemins que ça prend pour la faire monter en matière des compétences, par contre, ça prend les philosophies de lumière. Mais ça, je ne vais pas me concentrer tout de suite là-dessus parce que ça, c'est juste les compétences. Pour ce qui est de l'ascension du personnage, il faut se rendre à Nkanomiya. Ah, ok, je vois. Ok, c'est ça que ça prend en fait. Ça prend un objet en particulier qui n'est donné que par 2 dragons dans Nkanomiya. Et c'est cette partie-là. Et je n'en ai que 5. J'ai du farming à faire. Et merde. Bon, vous savez quoi?
Where do you want to go next?
On va laisser faire ces dragons-là. On va se rendre à Nkanomiya et on va laisser les faire. Honnêtement, je pense qu'on va être pas mal en vrai. On n'en aura pas beaucoup à faire pour avant d'obtenir Yae Miko. Donc on va être ok. Excusez-moi, je suis en train d'écrire un petit truc. Bon. Allons se faire les boss. Oh, attendez un peu.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
C'est parti.
Let me scribe.
This is order. Solidify.
Whirling snow. Oz, repeat. Embrace the ice. Wings of darkness. Come, step.
Stabilize.
Delve into destiny. Yeah.
Stabilize.
Shadows of fate. By royal take flight.
Quake. Gather.
Delve into destiny. My apologies.
Solidify.
Oz revealed by take flight. Sakura swirl.
Gather.
Fate is upon you. Whirling snow. By royal decree. Let me scribe. Take flight.
I will have order. Solidify.
Delve into
Midnight Phantasmagoria! My apologies!
On va y arriver. Le vrai défi, par contre, ça va être
Shadows of Fate!
Ça va être le vrai défi. Genre de me dire qu'il va falloir que je le farme énormément pour être sûr à 100% que j'ai le stuff nécessaire pour Yae Miko. Ça va être le vrai défi par contre. Ouais. Ok. Là, qu'est-ce qu'on peut se faire maintenant? Sérénité hier, qu'est-ce qu'on a? Pour le moment, il n'y a pas grand chose à faire à la sérénité hier. Je peux peut-être aller chercher du stuff après. Mondstadt, Liyue, qu'est-ce que je peux aller chercher? On retourne à Inazuma. Je vais aller chercher un peu de stuff qui est le set qui augmente la recharge énergétique. Donc on va aller chercher plus d'artefacts de recharge énergétique. Au moins comme ça, on va être sûr d'avoir assez de stats pour permettre à Yae Miko de faire masse de dégâts, mais aussi avoir masse de recharge d'énergie. Au moins comme ça, elle sera pas à court. Le dragon, il était chaud quand même. Bon. Bon, j'ai pas besoin de changer d'équipe. On va rester avec la même. En vrai, j'aime bien les compétences de Yae Miko. Ça pourrait être un plus dans mon équipe. Déjà que Fischl, c'est déjà quelque chose quand même. Mais Yae Miko, par contre, j'ai probablement trouvé la pièce manquante à mon échiquier.
Stabilize!
Oh, it's revealed!
Gather! Order guide you!
Let me scry! Written in the stars! Embrace the ice! Take flight!
Même si ça reste
Stabilize!
me suis un peu laissé aller vers la fin. Et une résine condensée de dépenser. On en a 4 autres à faire. Qu'est-ce qu'on a? Pour la fleur... Oh! On a quelque chose de bon. On a quelque chose de très très bon ici. Pas mal. Ici, sablier, attaque, PV, attaque, recharge énergétique. Ça peut être bon. Faut juste que les bons stats montent par contre. On y retourne. En vrai, c'est ce donjon-là me fait énormément penser à celui en haut de Dragon Spine, d'Os Dragon.
Gather!
Quand même un gros brutto comme ça, plus un...
This is order.
By royal decree.
Stabilize.
Shadows of fate.
Il y a des attaques chargées de
Fate
mouvement
is
qui
upon
se
you.
font tout seul. Je sais pas en vrai. En vrai, je suis content
Kamisato
d'avoir
art. Sumetsu.
mouvement de
I
constellation.
will have order. Solidify.
Je suis un peu plus content de l'avoir elle que n'importe qui autre comme Jean ou Titi par exemple. Titi,
My apologies.
de toute façon, j'ai déjà mon perso de glace, hein, donc c'est non. Hors de question que je change Ayaka pour qui que ce soit. Hein. Et c'est pas du 7 qu'on a besoin. Attaque, PV, défense, bof. PV, ouf, double défense, c'est pas bon. Allez, on y retourne. Bon, ok. Clairement, c'est sûr que quand je
Delves into destiny, decided by destiny. Whirling snow, embrace the ice.
ayant dépensé tous les jeux.
Gather! Order guide you!
Ça, évidemment, je n'ai pas eu.
Take flight.
Il y a une Miko dans les quasi 80 premiers
Kamisato
ans.
art. Sumetsu.
Faites qu'on ait des bons artefacts. 2 gourdes. Est-ce que c'est du dégât d'éléments électro? Eh non, le premier c'est PV. Et le deuxième c'est PV. Donc, bon, donc les deux sont très mauvais.
Written in the stars. Sakura swirl.
This is order. Stabilize.
Whirling snow.
Elle a même quasi pas eu le temps de faire quoi que ce soit. Il m'en reste 2. Bon, ça c'est mon avant-dernier. Il va me rester une résidence. Ouais. Une résine condensée. Ouf. PV. Ouf. Toujours pas des artefacts qu'on a besoin.
Let me scribe. Decided by destiny. My apologies.
En vrai, il tape sur rien autre, c'est des c'est loin tout le temps.
Embrace the ice.
I will have order.
Shadows of fate.
Ça doit être ça l'attaque chargée probablement. Bon. C'est le dernier. Bonus de dégâts cryo. Ok. Attaque, maîtrise élémentaire, PV attaque. Ça peut être une bonne plume. Ok. Bon. Je vais probablement m'arrêter là pour ce soir. Malgré qu'il reste encore 1 heure avant les missions quotidiennes. Mais je vais probablement prendre ça cool pour ce soir. Et probablement les faire demain matin. Ou plutôt demain dans la journée. Comme ça me fera un petit quelque chose à faire sur Genshin. Au lieu de toujours les faire rendus à 4 heures le matin. Évidemment. Mais pour le coup, je suis quand même assez confiant. Je suis assez confiant que Yae Miko va... Je vais finir par l'avoir. Je vais finir par l'avoir. C'est sûr. Et voilà. Donc là, on va faire ça. Et vous savez quoi? On va finir sur un... On va aller voir à la sérénité hier. Ça va être la dernière destination que je vais faire pour ce live. Avant de revenir bientôt au courant de la semaine avec les nouvelles activités, les nouveaux défis qui vont venir. Et quand je retirerai des vœux, alors là, je vais refaire un live certain pour Yae Miko. Bon, je vais aller parler à Tabby en premier.
This realm.
Il y a du nouveau dans le bazar du royaume. Ah, les nouveaux plans de décoration. Hein? J'essaie de pas aller trop vite pour pas... pour voir quelles sont les nouveautés. D'accord. Ah, il y a des petits trucs ici, là. Appareil de loisir en rythme. Ah, d'accord. Là, on a le droit à un petit jeu de tir sur ballon maintenant. Ah, ça, c'est cool. Rythme effréné. Bazin, ok. Ça doit être un truc... Je pense que c'est les autres nouveaux trucs musicaux qu'ils ont rajoutés il y a pas longtemps, en fait. Bon. Qu'est-ce que je peux faire d'autre? Bon. Il n'y a plus rien d'autre à faire, en fait. Bon, bah écoutez les amis, c'est ainsi que je vais terminer ce live pour le moment de la 2.5, vu que techniquement la 2.5 n'est pas encore terminée. Il y a encore énormément de trucs qui vont arriver bientôt. Ça, je peux vous le garantir. Et on va être au rendez-vous. Je vais être au rendez-vous pour la majorité des activités et du stuff qui vont venir pour les prochains jours. Et quand j'aurai amassé assez de vœux, là, je vais aller chercher Yae Miko. Avant que sa bannière, elle finisse. J'ai aucune intention de laisser Yae Miko s'en tirer comme ça, là. Ah non, non. Bon, et ben du coup... J'espère que ce live vous aura plu, mesdames et messieurs. N'hésitez pas... Et effectivement, je n'oublie pas. Mesdames et messieurs, et cryptides aussi. Hein? On n'oublie pas. Oublie pas, les cryptides sont nos amis. C'est un slogan de merde. Donc je vous souhaite à tous une très bonne journée ou une très bonne soirée, tout dépendamment d'où est-ce que vous vous trouvez en ce moment. C'était GeekYoshii qui était là pour vous offrir Genshin Impact version 2.5. Et on se retrouve très bientôt pour un prochain live, une prochaine vidéo. À la prochaine tout le monde. Ciao, ciao.